Welcome to the Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
Hey everybody, it is your good friend Dr. David Perrodin from down here in the historic North Star recording studio. And first off, I want to thank everybody who participated in the chat when Mike Dahle was on the show. That was awesome. So thank you. You know, Mike, he has such a crazy schedule. He is becoming so iconic on the esports scene nationwide. And to have him on the show was terrific. And thank you for, the super chats. Mike, Coop, and I don't know who had Ron Wayne had the third. I'm trying to do the show, but you guys, that was awesome because I think what it also conveys when there's a couple super chats, right, is the value of the show and the content to our guests. So thank you for doing that. And just everybody, thank you for putting really productive dialogue in there, and we're able to bring some of that forward. So thank you. You guys are awesome. So Coop, look at this sign in the back. By God's sakes, it's terrific. All Pros is here, and Solitude is here. And look at this. Who else we have here? Jim, Uke. So Uke, I sent you an email. And Toy Town. So you guys, great. And I will play the intermission here for Jim in a little bit, so because I love that old time music too. So I'm really liking the look of the studio, by the way. So this is kind of the completed stretch here. Hey, it's Misty Mrs. Wayne. Hope you're loving this book. I have here's what I have over to the left hand side of me. Oh, I have this. Like, what is that? It's like a book of spells. Like, well, no, it's not. By the way, but I thought I saw that on Hocus Pocus. You did not. This is my doctoral dissertation. So, it's kind of a gimmick after your PhD. They say, "Hey, like, do you want your published book?" I'm like, "Well, sure." I think it was like $80 or something. I mean, it's really hardcover here. It's really like well made, but I mean, no title on the front. Yeah, and this is kind of cool, right? So I think I bought 3 of these. I think gave one to my parents, and but what are you ever going to do with it? But this thing does get cited. This study gets, I think it's got like 5 sites on Google Scholar and stuff like that. So it's kind of neat. But it was well done. Like, I don't give myself enough credit for what I did in that. But here, Misty Mrs. Wayne is loving the velocity of information. And you are going to love when the audiobook is released, from Ben Hawk. So I did get an update today from my audiobook distributor, Spotify. And sales are looking good for this book, School of Airs, which released in audiobook in summer, also in paperback before it was just out there in hard copy. But the audiobook is $10.99 on Barnes & Noble and Downpour and places that sell books. If you go to Amazon, they charge more Audible, but I don't know why. I tell them to sell it for $10.99. I narrated this entire book. It's 6 hours long. You get 6 hours of doc energy. We actually re-recorded a few sections just to like up the energy in it. And you kind of get this angry man yelling, but not yelling at you, yelling about stuff. You're like, I understand where he's coming from. And it's really a great listen. So it's very animated. My producer on that was local. So I did a local studio, did a great job editing together, sound leveling still, but that's been out there for a while. And I think we need 4 more sales of this book in audio to hit our marketing target. So it's not far out there. So, $10.99 if you want 6 hours of doc. It's really interesting stuff in this book, right? It's not just school safety. It's the Lower Manhattan rescue, 500,000 people in 9 hours, right here in this book. Interview of Katie Pashan from Cajun Navy Relief. Boom! She's in here. how, in her 20s, she was, asked to help rescue thousands of people during Hurricane Katrina, what that looked like. And she's putting together like app, Zello, and then doing coordination of with rescuers so they can get their boats out there. But this is all like grassroots Cajun Navy stuff. I mean, it's really great. So Joplin, Missouri tornado, how mom and daughter like put a website up in a couple hours and we're able to get resources to people. But this is an awesome book. And it also talks about government overreach, right? Hobbes Leviathan, and how that looks in school safety, but how that looks in general. It starts off with a little bit of government, pretty soon it's a lot of bit of government. So you're going to love this book. You're going to love both books, but this one is out there in audio, $10.99. I would love to log in, and I'd love to see a couple more reviews for both books, but I would love to log in and see that we've sold 4 more audiobooks of this and hit our target, because when I work with with Spotify, right, we kind of set these goals up, and so we are 4. Download it. It doesn't matter where you download it. I mean, ultimately, it all comes out of Spotify because that's where the book is at. But yeah, so big doc energy. Dun, dun, dun. A lot of energy tonight. So I'm getting my haircut tomorrow. So it looked like I just was recruited and enrolled in the Space Force here, Bolo, the Canadian Space Force. I appreciate you being in the previous show. Misty, Mrs. Wayne, also appreciate you being there. Uke, so Ron Wayne, yeah, and thanks. It was really cool that you did the super chat. I don't expect that from for every show and for everything. I think when there's a guest on, it was really cool that you guys did that. Because right then I just think it conveys this appreciation, forward to the guest and kind of the significance of the show, right? Because we do want to continue to have knowledgeable, influential people on the show. I hope that makes sense, but I appreciate all you guys. So thank you. That's really cool. It's really cool. So Uke sent me an email the next day. Appreciate that. So appreciate that very much. I was looking at my concrete today, by the way, that I had poured back in October 5th, and it split right along where they put the grooves in it, right? So it's perfect. Like that's what you want. That's how it's supposed to happen. So yep, I was checking it today and everything, because we had our first freeze, right? And it was like 3 degrees a couple days ago. So I thought the concrete would complete the split. So everything did split right where it was supposed to. So all good stuff. Like I'm like, yeah, this is good. It's really good. Started up my snowblower yesterday and ran that for about 10 minutes. So just I haven't used it yet, but that won't be too far. We're not Buffalo here in Wisconsin, with 72 inches of snow, but it is definitely going to be down there at some point. What are we talking spell books here? Look at you. I don't know. I had to take a spell to get through my doctoral, because I have an episode there where I failed. I was denied my doctoral defense. I had to come back and finally get approved for it. So, but yeah, that is some crazy stuff. So by the way, I am up to, so remember I lost all the Safety Doc podcasts. Well, I lost episode 1 through 180 on that external hard drive. I didn't have it backed up anywhere else. So I've been downloading from YouTube and then through Podbean the final rendered copies, which is fine. Actually, it's been kind of a good process, because I'm like, oh, I didn't remember doing a show with this, or like, I wanted to watch the Dave Hyde interview. Dave Hyde is a man who's been blind since birth. Talk about, safety, and a guy worked in a prison, and when they had fire alarms, he had to like push his guide dog up a ladder and out on a roof, and it's just crazy stuff. But so it actually has given me an opportunity to kind of get a greeting back with some of the stuff that I had done earlier. So that's been great content. But it takes a long time when you download off of YouTube. Some of these are like a gig, right? So it takes 3-4 hours. So I'm up at episode 36 right now for audio and video. And so I've got like 145 episodes to go. So I figure by the end of the year, I'll be there. But it's a good lesson, like back all your stuff up and then back up your backup. And whether you want to put that on the web or whatever, but it was crazy. So yeah, look at this here, Ron. We got to support each other. Thank you. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that. The Kentucky Batman, everybody, Ron Wayne. So yeah, what was I saying? So yeah, the concrete's looking. Oh, so yeah, I'm starting consulting again. So I sign contracts and stuff like that. It's all official now, and that will begin. Probably after Christmas. I mean, we'll do things like right now between then to get things set up, but I'll probably like. So, what is it going to mean for the shows? Probably not a lot because I'm not going to be consulting at the time I would do the shows, but like it probably means like I won't go till midnight because I'll probably be up early the next morning on some stuff. But it is good. It's definitely the right thing to do. I do not at all feel that the hi hat, a piccolo, and a cane, Jim, will make it happen. I do not at all feel confident about the economy. I don't like where things are currently or where things are at. And I think today was a good indicator because Disney fired their CEO and brought Iger back. And I don't think Iger made a lot of terrific decisions either. They're making him out to be like, oh, like look at all this great stuff he did when he was there. I'm like, I don't know, but Disney stock is like half of what it was a year ago. So it's like 95 or $100 now, like 200 a year ago, and they stopped paying their dividend. And I'm like, I think this is really. Today it went up like $5. You announce a brand new CEO, like in one day you just fire this guy, and I'm like, it should have gone up like $15. Like, this isn't the great new. Like all these issues with Disney still persist, right? And I don't think Iger is going to be able to really change a lot of that. So, but I'm like, oh my God, I'm looking at all of this stuff, and I'm like, I don't see where the economy gets better anytime soon. And I'm really kind of just playing a lot of defense. And as a reason I went back into consulting, it frankly is the reason I went back was because I did not feel comfortable enough. I guess it's called leaving money on the table, right? Of saying, well, I don't have to go back into consulting, but obviously the opportunity was there. And it was like a lot of stuff was just kind of picking up where I left off, and I do special education consulting across the country. It's more like special education administration, that type of stuff. And so we got the band back together and it's all good. But I'm like, I just do not feel comfortable. It reminds me of when the pandemic started. Yeah. And that's when I took my consulting and just ramped it up. And I just said, because I didn't know, what was going to happen. And it's kind of like right now, I have the same feeling. I don't know about you guys or what you're seeing out at your stores or what you're seeing out at your, Coop, you talk about this. You're really good at situational awareness and observing what's happening over time and kind of benchmarking it. But I don't think things are getting better. And I think everything's going to be kind of kept together for the holidays. And then it's going to go kind of fall apart more. I don't know if it's going to be a fast fall apart, but I just don't think it's going to be good. Interest rates a 5-year certificate of deposit is 4.5% at my local BMO bank. That's the highest rate in 21 years for a 5-year note. Highest rate in 21 years, 4.5%. Now you got to commit your money to 5 years in that. But I'm just saying, like a year ago, that was like 1.5%. And 3 years ago, it was like 1%. So like this, and when I was talking to the bank, I got a pretty solid indicator from the bank of like, that's going to continue to go up. Like that rate will go up. I mean, they didn't overtly say that because it couldn't, but I'm like, yeah, I don't, so when you look in one year treasury notes, like above 4.5%, and you technically don't have the same risk on those as you'd have on securities or owning property. I mean, there's risk, right? I mean, it's going to default in inflation. I mean, people say like, oh, you're getting 5%, but inflation's 10%. Yeah, I get it. But anyway, so let's go over here to the chat. Thank you, everybody. Bolo, Jim, I promise I'll play the thing. The newest one that follows the Rogue One dude is kind of boring and is more like a drama set in the Star Wars universe. Yeah, so I've watched kind of the new Star Wars. Like I remember watching Star Wars in 77 when it came out in the studio. And then, 82 and 83 Return of the Jedi and stuff like that was awesome, right? No one had ever seen graphics like that before. And it was just amazing. And the storylines, I mean, they were new and now it seems like, I took my daughters to see, I don't know, 10 years ago, 8 years ago, when some of the new Star Wars came out and they were kind of interested. And I'm like, I was just let down. They were kind of like, okay, but I mean, they didn't experience, the original Star Wars. And so they're getting the retread and the broadened, I don't know, version of it, that's supposed to apply to every audience everywhere. But I don't know. I don't feel the same. I've lost all loyalty to Star Wars, right? Like, but I thought, the original three were awesome. And now it just is I think you're right on. Yeah. Um, so Jim is saying, am I wrong? Not Disney Park Part 3 in Japan. Am I wrong? Not Disney Park. I don't know. I don't know what that means, but I'm glad we did Disney in 2017. We did Disney as a family in Orlando. And at that time, it was an awesome experience, right? And I think now, I mean, it's before the pandemic and all that, but I wouldn't want to return to Disney. It's just not high on my list. And from people I've talked to who've gone to the parks, whether it be in California or Orlando, they're just like, it's not the same. It doesn't have the same crisp feel to it, where everything is over the top maintained. There's a garbage can every 60 feet and the just, because I think they've also downscaled their parades that they do midday. Like we're watching some of those, and I'm glad we went when we did. And I don't think we'd want to go again. No rest for the wicked. Phil Henry, our good friend from Germany, Phil Henry. So Misty to you. I know, but I refuse to pay for it, which sucks because I do not want to watch some of the shows they got coming out. Yeah. There's really nothing new from Disney that appeals to me. There's just nothing out there like on Disney Plus and stuff like that. When my kids were growing up, they would watch the Disney Channel, and I think it was a Disney Channel. It may have been Nickelodeon that had like Camp Kikiwaka and like the show Jessie and some of those, which were, okay. But no, there's just, for me, like there's nothing on Disney that interests me. And Disney owns ESPN and I never go to ESPN for anything. So the safety doc, after Christmas, you can expect things to crash hard. Yeah, so this is a coup. And I think you're right. I think things are being propped up from the Federal Reserve to, because it's already been a horrible season for retailers, right? And I think January is going to be awful for securities. And I'm looking through some things in my own portfolio. I'm like, I mean, I've got stuff that hasn't been in the green for like years. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And so it's like this whole thing of, I mean, personally, what I'm trying to do is to really hedge myself because, I'm in retirement, that's me. So, and with the family and stuff, we can't take big hits. We can roll with some punches, but I mean, I can't be speculating with money. I've never done Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies. I know some of you do, and I'm not educated in that area, but I mean, now that treasuries and bank CDs are up around 5%, I'm like, boy, I'm transitioning strongly into those areas because if things go bad, right? At least I'm hoping I can preserve. But it is crazy. I miss the old school Disney. It's our friend Ron Wayne. They call him the Kentucky Batman for a good reason. The computer who wore tennis shoes. Strongest man in the world. I remember that, the computer who wore tennis shoes. I do. Strongest man in the world. Yeah. Ron, I'm with you. Bring back these memories. Yuke, I've got access to my friend's Disney Plus and Amazon Prime. Yuke, you're supposed to log in under your authentic. Look, Yuke's like, I've got everybody's password. Okay, I probably wouldn't pay for them myself. Yeah, I'm looking. I sat down with my wife and I said, you look at our cable bill. Like, it's pretty high. Like, we can go to a lesser package. And she's like, well, the kids like to watch like this, and this, which isn't on the other package. I'm like, really? I'm like, if it was me, I wouldn't have any cable. I would just have like, decent internet, and that would be it. And I wouldn't have a landline phone. So my bill would be significantly reduced if it was just me. But yeah. So it's our good friend Andrew. Dogecoin is the best investment of the century. So Andrew, it's our good friend Andrew. I wish we could get back to those days. Coop, yeah, remember when we could watch the Roadrunner? And that's one of the things that Mike was talking about, and one of the things that led up to the show is school board saying we can't do esports because, right, Super Mario Brothers, there's violence in the game. I'm like, well, I mean, technically there's violence, right, in an arcade game where you're shooting down a spaceship. Then like Space Invaders, right? Like, that'd be violence. I mean, the thing, does this really make sense? And when a school board will dig in and double down on that and say, nope, there's violence within the game. But we also know, and I have back here in one of the books, Grand Theft Childhood, there is not a relationship or correlation to the book Grand Theft Childhood to video games and student violence. So back in the 80s and 90s, when they were bringing in video game manufacturers and testifying before Congress, your video game is causing students to be violent. That wasn't true. And actually, Harvard had done a meta-analysis where they took a lot of research studies and were pointing that out. And I guess where I live in Wisconsin, right, deer hunting just opened, and how many high school students participate in deer hunting, and just people in general, right? But yet we don't have people running around shooting at other people in my state in a crazy fashion with rifles, because, although there was something on the news, it's really crazy. Outside of my city here, there was a kid who shot a buck, and he brought it to his house, and then he went outside and the buck was gone. And this was covered by local TV, and someone stole the buck. But when they went to register it, somehow it got identified with the tag that there was this kid's buck, and the police were involved, and the kid got his buck back. But it was really weird. Like, someone had gone to this kid's house, and the kid was inside for like 10 minutes, and they took the buck from like his truck or something. It was it's just strange. But anyway, just these things, right? They don't make a lot of sense. So, bed knobs and broomsticks. So I'm really glad I got to know Mike Dahle, because, I didn't present about that previously in my class. And one thing I shared with Mike is I said, I'm on your side, buddy, and please utilize me when you have state conventions where esports has an easement and has a breakout session, because I'll present for free. I'll just come in and, give you the administrator perspective and how this works with people non-discrimination. And I'm like, just let me do that. So I want to help you guys out. So yeah, there's YouTube videos. There's Star Wars Saved and Edit, the original cut by George Lucas, that guy there, Andrew. George Lucas, he grew up in Tennessee. George Lucas. So Jim is saying so many good stories and films from Disney back then. Yeah. I mean, and I'll tell you, like, going to Disney the first time in 2017 was just awesome. It was an awesome family experience. It was so incredible. And we went in April of 2017. So here we still had snow. We left it. It was snowing on the day we left. So snow on the ground, of course, get down there. And they had the flower festival. I don't know what they really call it, but so, all the flowers all around, and so they had one made up into like Buzz and Woody, like all these flowers and stuff. And then, trees, like, cut up or trimmed up so they look like characters. And it was just so incredible, like 80 degrees every day and sunny. But the hospitality and the rides were still the authentic themed rides. They hadn't been, modified per now what they've done. And so I'm so glad we had that experience as a family at the time that we did, before Disney kind of went over the edge. This is our good friend Phil Henry, who is a big fan of Disney. Old Disney and old America are so strange to watch. Like, everything lost its karma. Blockbuster, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, it did. You're absolutely right. When we would go to Pizza Hut, when I was a kid, the Pizza Hut was in the town over. When you went to a Pizza Hut, it was a big deal. And, we had a cooler from Pizza Hut. If you bought like a couple large pizzas or something, that gave you a really nice cooler. We sold a rummage sale a couple of years ago. Probably shouldn't have done that, but it's really well made. But like, to be served at Pizza Hut, it was a really good pizza. I mean, and it was this kind of notable experience to have Pizza Hut back in the 80s, and now it's just, it's almost like you can taste the sugar that they pour into the dough. I don't know. It's not what it was. And plus when they introduced the salad bar for a while, like, that was a really well-maintained, great feature. Like, we have a Pizza Hut here in the town I live in, and, it's just nothing like that anymore. But, so Disney owns MCU. I got into it out of boredom one day. They're fun to watch, but they may as well have been directed by Michael Vesplosians. Oh my goodness. I didn't know that. It's our good friend Kurt saying hello to everybody. So yeah, this is good stuff. So I think Disney's cooked. I think it was really telling today. The stock went up 5% or $5, like, and after being down like from basically 200 to 100 and cutting out the dividend, you should have got a much bigger bump from what was announced today. So the fact it only went up 5, I bet you'd be down tomorrow. And I think I just don't see how Disney generates money, right? I think the parks are becoming prohibitive. And even if you can continue to spin the wheels on the parks, really Disney Plus, you're not going to get competition from Hulu and other streaming sources, Netflix. And I mean, I just don't see where, and plus, like, think of the free content that's being put out on YouTube and other platforms. I think this whole thing with Disney is kind of run its course. And who's going to really get into these big box office things, like Frozen, like, I remember how they sold us Frozen 2, and they were like, all these people who participated in Frozen 2 these characters had to come on and tell you how great it was going to be. And they all knew it was sucked. I mean, I remember watching it with my kids in the theater. I'm like, this is nothing like the first one. The first one was pretty cool, like, right. But the follow-up was, and the Wreck-It Ralph 2 completely sucked. And I'm like, the glory days of those things is behind us, outside of, like, you get hit up with a, new Top Gun 2 or whatever it is. But, that was really good, but that's not Disney. But all the Disney stuff is that whole side of a theater side, or you think this Disney Plus and as the economy tightens, as Scoop has said, people are not going to be holding these subscriptions, or they're going to hold one subscription for 3 families, right? And they'll just go to that house or share that code or whatever they do. But this whole thing of thinking that this model of the streaming service is going to expand, I don't think so. I don't think people are into that. And I think there's more competition out there for eyes and content that is just going to erode away from Disney. So I look at this and I just think, and even the parks, I think, are on the decline. I just don't see where people are going to. It's kind of like, football stadiums. That's a thing going on right now. Is, they went up with these very super big jumbotrons, 80 feet long, 30 feet high, and super high def, and that's cool the first time you see it. And after that, you're like, I'm paying what, $100 a ticket. And, so $20 of that is going to this Jumbotron, which again is cool the first time, but like, is it really that phenomenal that you have to keep, ponying up that money for it. So, I don't like Disney as an investment unless you're like really short term on it at all. And because it ditched its dividend, I think it's really a bad sign. Any stock that like says we're not paying our dividend anymore, I'm like, goodbye. I am not holding you, stock. So goodbye. Misty Mrs. Wayne, how's the book going? What's like one thing you really like about the velocity of information? So Jim, the McDonald's, I don't remember that commercial. I remember the one where the dude from Seinfeld, George, did the McDLT, right? Where it came in a foam container and it contained the burger on one side and then lettuce and the tomato and the bun on the other side, which was a bad idea. Like, because then it stays hot until you like put it together. Like, was that ever really a problem? Right. Wasn't that great of it didn't last that long, but he made a ton of money. Like I was reading stuff where these people like did McDonald's commercials in the 70s and 80s. And you would be like a backup singer in a McDonald's commercial. Like, I'm the Ron Wayne of Kentucky McDonald's. Yeah, big and tasty. And that right there, especially if it's sung by Ron Wayne, like that earned you like $35,000 a year in royalties. Like it was amazing. These people who were like, they just had like a backup singer role or whatever. It's like, and then Ron Wayne's like, hey, after a hard day of fighting crime here in Kentucky as the Kentucky Batman, there's nothing like a big and tasty here with some fries and a Dr. Pepper. I don't know if Dr. Pepper is, but here at McDonald's, it's a McDLT here. So yeah, you can, and here's your Ron, is get a kid's meal. Here's your Ron Wayne, Batman, whatever toy that comes with it. It's a big seller for kids. And Ron Wayne, there's just royalty checks coming in, which is well deserved. And then they got away from the Kentucky Batman theme. They're like, it's too localized. It doesn't appeal to people like in New York and our California audience. It's not really international. But I'm like, I told him, like, you're wrong. Like you should, like that Kentucky Batman thing, like that's universal. I'm like, I'm telling you, like you mentioned Kentucky Batman, you can talk to somebody in Singapore. And they're like, Kentucky Batman, Ron Wayne. So yeah, you're down in Trinidad, Tobago. You're like a Kentucky Batman. And then you pause for like 5 seconds and everybody's like, Ron Wayne. It's a big mistake with McDonald's. Their stock went way down. It's kind of abandoned. It's like when Domino's got rid of the Node, right? Avoid the Noid. Like they got rid of that campaign. So you don't abandon the Kentucky Batman. So big mistake. So what the hell were you thinking? Elizabeth Shue. Oh yeah. One must learn violence to show restraint. It's a good friend Bolo. It's a martial artist who paints pictures in Canada. So please subscribe, smash like that, like the show. Please put comments down. That helps the show algorithm, right? Appreciate it very much. There's a lot of great shows out there. When I was going back through the last 194 episodes, right, and having to back everything up, like, holy smokes, that episode I did, like episode 30 with Brie Hansen, and she's talking about going down to Haiti and she filmed some documentary down there, and she's like, holy, this is dangerous, crazy stuff, and here's how you kind of dealt with that. And people, you'd have to pay off the police, but I mean that was a good one. So yeah, Toy Town is saying, I won't go to Disney. I won't have my kids get kidnapped. Yeah. Again, like I'm glad I went when I did. I don't think I would ever go again. Look at this. Ron Wayne is the Kentucky Batman. That is him. So yes, he's the good Batman. He's the Kentucky Batman. You could say, Doc, do you know why they got rid of the? No, I don't know. I remember watching that. There was some reason they right. What was it? So, yeah, I don't know why they got rid of the Noid. But again, I remember there was some weird thing that came out why they got rid of the Noid. So please put that. The Noid was canceled because of his mean. I don't know about that, Phil. So the Noid grew up in Germany, by the way. So he lived there in the 70s. So Jim is no Jim. Jim, hang on. I'll do the intermission for you, Jim. All right. Are you ready? Are you still here, Jim? If you are, I'll do the intermission for you. Jim, are you still here? Please post if Jim is still here. Speaking of old school Disney, I still want a white VW Beetle with a 53 on the. Oh, yes. Yeah. There was a dude whose last name was Noid. Oh, he was mentally ill and walked into a Domino's. And it was, oh my goodness. So that was a deal. Avoid the Noid. I remember there was a story about that. Jim. All right. I'm going to do the intermission. I'll be back. This is for our good friend, Jim, friend of the show, Jim. This is specifically for you here. So let me get this up here for you. So it's going to take me just a second here because I have to find it. So, which won't take long, but here he is. This is for Jim. I will be here when this intermission is done. Jim, this is for you, buddy.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack.
All right, everyone. That was dedicated to our good friend Jim, who is a terrific supporter here of the show. Jim, I hope you like that. And I need to talk to Swamp Dog and get the original because that was lost to the ages, although it's uploaded here. But Swamp Dog said he does have that, so I need to get that. So very cool, everybody. And is a good friend of Vanessa Kitty. So Vanessa, cool. We had an interview earlier tonight with Mike Dahle from Wisconsin ESports, so you might want to check that out. It was a really good show. everything I hoped it would be. So, Solitude Server saying, "Oh no, big mistake." Well, I feel bad for you, buddy, but it's a roll of the dice, right? So unfortunately, it didn't work out for you. Look at this here. Ron Wayne, Mike McLuhan to Ron Wayne. My dad had a VW Super Beetle after high school, traded for a new 67 Mustang GT 390 4-speed fastback. That sounds awesome. I wish that was in my garage right now. Oh my God. Solitude Surfer saying, "You are the German Batman" to Phil Henry. So, which he is. So they just flashed that sign up in the sky anywhere in Germany, and there he is. There he is, the German Batman. So crank the stereo for that. Yeah, that is cool stuff. That was a gift of Swamp Dog Armory. Gifted me that intro and the song, the Piccolo and the Keen, which is I guess in the public domain. So, but it's cool. So I missed the show, but we'll watch later. Yeah, certainly. It's a good interview, though. I think Vanessa, with your teaching, and Mike and I had worked together beforehand to put together a lot of the questions and content for the show. So I think you'll find it really, how should I say, like awesome. So awesome is Ron Wayne. We had a baby blue 76 Beetle growing up. He used to play the Herbie theme. Oh my goodness, the tape deck was the coolest thing. I remember that. Herbie. Oh my goodness, you guys. So yeah. Look at this. I think we have we do have Man Against the Masses in here. So look at that. So wow, look at that here. Man Against the Masses. I appreciate that. So yeah, I'm really surprised that some school districts just just close the door on esports because they're like, nope, there's a cartoonish gun or there's violence, right? And I'm like, but I mean, couldn't you say then that high school football is violence, right? I mean, wouldn't that be you're grabbing someone and throwing them down to the ground? I mean, at what point where does your violence measuring tool stop? Like, I just think it's a really bad argument for the benefit that participating in esports has. And all the way, I feel bad here that we lost Corey, because I thought Corey had a great question and some great points. And I wasn't at all, Corey, if you listen to this, man, I wasn't at all trying to undermine what you stated, because I thought it was the question that comes up immediately for esports. And so I'm glad that you asked it, because that's right. If you're trying to present this to your school board or to a community, and you have to work through that question, and maybe you don't change minds on that question, which is fine. But man, I wasn't trying to set you up or to undermine you. So I'm sorry about. So anybody knows Corey, man, just tell me. I felt bad about that, because I thought Corey had an excellent point that resonates with many, many people, and it's a very valid point. I wasn't trying to change that. I was just trying to bring that out then and center it so Mike could talk about, like, so when these questions come up, right, of saying, well, is it really like a sport, or is it, but anyway, so I felt bad about that because we lost Corey early. So again, if anybody knows Corey, please just tell him that wasn't the intent. I think he's an awesome contributor to this channel, and it wasn't at all trying to utilize Corey's comment, right, to kind of undermine him. So I felt bad about that. But of course, during this real time, we couldn't address that. But this is a great point from Vanessa. Violence in classic literature way before computers of today, right? So in the book, by Gretchen Altman. Let me get the book here. Violence in Writing. She's an attorney. Use her book, Altman. Violence in Writing. I think it's Violence in Writing. Violence in Writing. Yes. So let me move this over. So this is a book that I use in my class, Violence in Writing, School Administrator's Guide by attorney Gretchen Altman. This book has maybe been out there 10 or 15 years. But this this is important because you're going to have some students. Well, first of all, you're going to have some literature, as Vanessa pointed out, right? You're going to have some literature which just has violence embedded in it, right? It's just very graphic literature. If you were to go back and read like, a 15, 16, 17-year-old Stephen King, like you'd be like, holy smokes, like let's line up all of the therapists to help this guy out, right? So she methodically goes through and helps schools work with students who might be very expressive writers, but who are not necessarily projecting violence or right. So, and how do you work with that as a school? So this is an excellent book, Violence in Student Writing. And again, saying this has been around, as Vanessa said, it's been in classic literature. It's there forever. And there will be students who will go and write very graphically, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the student is a harm to themselves or harm to others. And then how to go through a process of making those determinations and helping students to be very visceral authors, right? So Gretchen Altman with the book, here we go again, Violence in Student Writing, Gretchen Altman. So she's an attorney, did an awesome job with this book. Always bring this book up in my class, have it available. So, winning seems to be violence to the losers. Yeah, that's interesting. So today I read a post on Twitter by TJ Martinell, and he was saying something to the effect of, we are getting so analytic as a society that the type of home. So if you are building a home and you have like 5 designs that your home builder puts out and says, any of these 5 designs, like you'll be scrutinized for the type of design you pick. Oh, this is like, an Austrian-Hungarian design, or this goes back to, German culture, or this is what I mean. So if you were to be, kind of into any of those veins, those vernaculars for architecture, like you're kind of identified. Oh, like you support like this type of architecture, like Roman Gothic, it means then you're this or you're a traditionalist. And so we're getting to that point, right, where people are being analyzed and hyper-analyzed and boxed for the type of houses they are building. So, oh, you did this type of entry. So it's really crazy. It's really crazy. So it's our good friend Phil Henry. It's called catharsis. Greeks knew about it 3,000 years ago. A lot of people don't know this, but Phil is 3,041 years old. So, but he takes care of himself. He's very fit. The guy is a goddamn madman in the gym. But it's a good thing. So, we are nearing a society like in Demolition Man. Someone tried to warn us. Yeah, that's a good analogy. It's a good comparison, I guess, like Demolition Man. And as Phil was saying, like, as I look at society, right? Like, so we have the pending railroad strike. Remember like 3 months ago when we were told, oh, like the strike is averted. There's no railroad strike, but that wasn't true. That was just a short-term handshake agreement there with the government. So it wasn't an issue during elections, right? Just like that whole student debt forgiveness thing, which I was pretty skeptical of from the start, but suddenly, a couple days, literally after the election, the website was taken down where you would submit for student loan relief, and just all the stuff, the shenanigans that were done for the election, like the underlying core issues of like the rail transportation and supply chain in general was just glossed over with money, through November, 8th or whatever it was, the election here in the United States. So, and I think now I said, I fully anticipate we are on the cusp of a big financial breakdown in society, at least in the United States, probably globally, in the next 75 days. I don't think it'll happen before Christmas, right? Because people pull out the stops and the Federal Reserve and all that to keep things going during the holiday season and shopping, even though we know that's dismal. But then I think it crashes. Then I think this whole I mean, like, around us, like, the cost of natural gas is skyrocketing, to heat your house. The property taxes, mine are up 16% just this year alone. I mean, these things are just hammering people. And also the shrinkage, right, of Target saying they're losing 1.1 million a day, an additional theft. And the thing is, like, they're not prosecuting these people. They steal, they walk right out of the store. They don't have to run anymore. They're just going to walk out of the store with, arms full of stuff. And you can't run, these stores these way. You can't run, you can't do things. And so, yeah, I think it's a really good point. Yuka's saying they've been talking about a huge impending financial collapse for years. Really does seem like we're reaching a tipping point, but it does seem way a few years back. Yeah, I think so. Yuka, I would say like 2001, right? Those .com, crazy investing into stuff that really didn't tie to anything that was tangible. And then 2008, 2009, the housing crash. There was something weird, though, after a housing crash. I was bringing this up to people. I said, as a school administrator, when the housing crash happened and Lehman Brothers went under, went bankrupt, right? And Obama came out and this whole American Recovery Act and all this money coming out to these places. But it came out to schools. When I was a school administrator, you got a ton of money as a school district and you had to spend it, though. There were many conditions. You had to spend it on American labor. So you had to have people prove that they were in an American union. You had to buy American steel, like, and all of this stuff. It was very rigid. And if you didn't comply, you could have the money clawed back. Right now, what's happening and the dollars which are coming out for like the school mental health, and through the ESSER grant, the school grant they got 2 years ago after the pandemic, like, they just give that to schools. There's no, it was very rigorous bookkeeping back in 2008, 2009. It's not that way now. It's a block grant. You get it, you just spend it however you want, and no one is checking up on you. So I'm like, ooh, like, this is really bad. Right? Because you're just giving money. And when people know there's no way to, there's no accountability for it, it goes in all kinds of crazy directions. It's like the school district that bought, the Astro for the field turf or whatever, the synthetic turf, and built a new football stadium in my conference here with ESSER dollars. So I just, credit card debt, right? I mean, you look at these metrics, credit card debt is all-time high and savings rate is all-time low. And so, hi, Doc, this is Heath. Rising interest rates sound about right. So, yeah. So I track savings interest rates because our house is paid off, but so I don't have like a mortgage or anything like that. But so, I was buying certificates of deposit I was obtaining certificates of deposit when I was a kid. I had my lawn mowing business, and I remember Bank of Dorchester, Wisconsin had an ad in our local paper, and they said, we'll pay you like 8% on a 3-year certificate of deposit. And I took my savings account. I was maybe like 14 years old, right? I had my mowing business going on, and I think I was working in the concrete factory and stuff like that, But I went to the bank and I said, I need a cashier's check for whatever I had in bank. Probably wasn't a whole lot, but I mean, I said to Dorchester Bank, and I paid 10 cents to make a copy of the ad that was in our local paper. We had local paper for the small towns around us. I took a copy of the ad and I wrote a handwritten letter and I said, Dear Dorchester Bank, here's a check for $2,000, right? For your 3-year, 8% certificate of deposit. And then boom, they sent me the certificate in the mail a week later. And that's the way it was done. This is 40 years ago, plus, but, and then I've been tracking ever since. I track, and have owned through Treasury Direct, security, bills, which are 52 weeks or less, T-notes, treasuries, all that stuff, certificates of deposit. What's happening right now is, well, the 20-year T-note was like 4.8% back in October, which was like all-time high. So like, you buy that, you're not paying state or local taxes. You're getting this amazing return but you can't touch the money for 20 years. So there's like a drawback on that. But treasury notes for a 1 year treasury bill is like 4.8%, which is unbelievable because you're not paying state or local taxes on that. You just do it through treasury direction, you're not paying anything to a brokerage or anything like that. But BMO Bank, so there's a BMO Bank in my town, they are paying 4.5% on a 5-year certificate of deposit. So if you give them $1,000, let's say you give them $10,000, and in 5 years, or that $10,000 every year would generate $450 of interest, 4.5%. So at the end of 10 years, they would give you your CD back plus all your interest. So that's pretty amazing, right? I mean, so if you have a $10,000 certificate of deposit, you give it to you're paying taxes on the interest, but they're giving you, now a year ago, they might give you, $150, 1.5%. And now they're giving you 4.5. That's a 21-year high for brick and mortar banks. If you go online to Sally Mae and some of these other places on these internet banks, which I'm a little iffy on because I always want to be able to drive to like the location, but you can get well over 5%. And a brokered CD, you can get well over 5%. So, and that's FDIC insured up to $250,000. So I'm like, holy smokes, like we haven't seen this in 21 years. So for me, like I'm looking at this saying, this is unbelievable. So, as a family, like we are making some huge financial adjustments to, I'm a big fixed rate investment guy. I've owned stocks, I've owned mutual funds. I still own stocks. I still own mutual funds, but I'm like, I just, what was it? God, what stock was it? Fidelity, or I forget which one, where it was what the hell was it? FedEx, FedEx went down 40%, I think in a day, right? Because the CEO said the economy's slowing. That was a few months ago. So like some of these hits, how do you recover from some of this? Like literally it takes years. And then some other stock, someone went on Twitter and they bought the $8 blue check mark and they made some comment, Boeing or something. And Eli Lilly, I think his stock dropped like 5% a day. It was false, but I said, these, and this whole system too, to me is kind of, it's rigged, right? Because pensions buy into the stock market. And you have fewer young people paying into these pensions, you have more people taking money out. We know there are fewer young people than old people in the US and in the world. And this whole thing, they're like, we'll increase the retirement so you can put like 25,000, whatever it is, like this crazy limit. Like very few people will do that. Who's going to be able to do that? So it's this whole charade, right? Of doing that. So I look at that and I'm like, this is just bad stuff. Like, and again, I look at some of the stuff that I own and I'm like, and especially the mutual fund, I'm like, all this stuff is just trash. It's just gone. And this whole thing, like you have to, again, not financial advice, but I'm like, because I'm not telling you specific securities, stuff like that, but this whole thing of like, oh, you have to diversify, right? But when when the economy is struggling and you don't know if these like mutual funds have bought into something that was a mortgage-backed security that then had some FTX in it, and now that's going down, and you just don't know. And the fact that the bots, these algorithms and things are being traded like multiple times a day. I remember growing up and when you would own shares of General Electric back in 1980, you would check the Sunday newspaper to see the change from week to week. And now, right, you're checking hour to hour on the change. GE also like just fall off a cliff, right? But these companies like GE, Ford, Microsoft, Amazon, look at the year to date, like, are you going to really recover? Like where will the money come in to float these stocks? Where is that coming in? Outside, like on a long-term haul. And I also think it's really dangerous to look and say, well, we had look at this. If you're holding stocks for 15 years and a whole security basket and mutual funds, 2008, you got hammered. Then the pandemic, you got hammered in 2020. And then the crash so far in 2022, that's 3 times in 15 years. Like that is very hard to rebound from. If you have $100, you go down 50%, that's $50. $50 up 50% is $75. Like some of this stuff just doesn't recover. I remember in talking with like my investment guys, I'm like, guys, like if I can get 5% a year on a CD and I don't have any risk and it's insured up to $250,000, like I'm doing that. if you can say, well, if you stick with us, we'll give you, the market traditionally you return 7 or 8%. I'm like, well, great. But the market could also drop another 20, 30%, and it would have to be another 3-4 years. And I'm not young. I'm not like Mike McLuhan. I'm not 22 years old. So, Corey, good to see you back, buddy. Corey, by the way, I did not at all mean to offend you in that previous show. Your comments were awesome, buddy. Those are the questions that totally get asked by people, and you're right on with all of that. And I'm not disagreeing with it. So I wanted to bring it up to Mike to talk about. So please only take that into highs. I have a ton of respect for you, Corey, and I'm so glad you're part of this show. So the banks are giving record yeah, so right, like that's a thing, Heath. I mean, so this whole thing is really strange, and I am just like, man, oh man, every crash keep back. Yeah, so that's the thing. So Bolo, I mean, and it could totally happen, right? I just look at this and I'm like, I just don't think so. I personally, I look at this and I think there's some other factors at play though. Like we have fewer people in the world who are younger than age 30 that we've ever had, proportional to the age of over 30. So like we have less people contributing money into these pensions and these funds. And I again, and the average stock is held for something like 4 days now, where we even go back 10 years where it would be like 10 times that amount. So the amount of trading, so it's like you're trying to inflate a hot air balloon, but every time you inflate it a little bit, there are 1,000 people there to siphon out a little bit of the hot air, right? So it's every time it moves a little bit, those people are there. So and that wasn't the case years ago. I don't trust it. I don't think we're anywhere near the downside. I don't think the exposure on cryptocurrencies has been really revealed. We know cryptocurrencies are imploding across the board. And I just think the exposure, it wasn't long ago that there were mutual funds, right? And brokerages saying, oh, like we're going to start to do like a crypto fund. And I'm like, okay, there were pensions that got into crypto. So I'm not trying to like downplay crypto. I just don't know enough about it, but I do know crypto's down, right? And if you were like putting a big investment into crypto as a pension, as a pension for a certain city, like we put 25% in, like you're in big trouble. So Jim, I'm glad to do it. Appreciate you being here, buddy. Let me kind of get caught up here. So FedEx went down the day they said they would no longer ship flyer. Was that it? Okay. So, but Coop, same point, right? So, how will FedEx recover from that? Because they're still down today. I mean, if we bring up the chart, I look at this, I'm like, how in the hell are you going to? So let's do this. Let's bring up the chart here for FedEx. So this is FedEx. Thanks, Coop. So year to date, you're down 32%. How in the hell do you come back from this? You pay a 2.65% dividend, which is okay. But if you like have a managed stock portfolio, you're paying 1% to whatever company or advisor is managing that. But 2.65, yeah, not bad. So 141 is the 52-week low, 266 is the high. But this is huge. 32% on. Who would think like a FedEx would drop, who started in 71? FedEx would drop 32% in a year. That's absolutely crippling to retirement portfolios. This is insane. Let's look at the 5-year. So you can see after the pandemic, and then of course it rallies as everybody's shipping. But the 5-year, if we go back to 2018, is 243. So if you're invested in this, like over the past 5 years, you've lost 20%. That you're screwed. Like if you're my age, that's why, like, my wife and I talk, I'm like, we've got to be really tight on knowing what our investments are. Like, we cannot speculate a lot on our investments because if we take a hit, we don't have time to recover. But who in the hell would have thought FedEx, especially, after, who would have thought FedEx would have puked out after the pandemic? And Amazon was doing really well, but this is a good point. So let's look at the Max chart. So yeah, FedEx is retracing all the way back to like 2016. No, not really. About 2016. So the 5-year looks absolutely horrible for FedEx. This looks abysmal. You can say, oh, your cost averaging in at 265, but that's not the deal, man. Like, you've got to have these massive gains to get yourself back on track. And meanwhile, like right now, if you take out a 5% CD per year, you're getting 5% every year. You'd be plus 25 a year plus FDIC insured up to 250,000. I'm just saying, like, this hammers you. This is bad news. No one would have probably expected. I wouldn't expect that from FedEx. I would have thought FedEx would have been a pretty solid investment. This is Uke. All right, my girlfriend just got off work. I have to get ready. Ooh, Uke. So a little Old Spice for Uke. So a little spiffy pomade. There, I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. So got it, Uke. Send me an email in the next couple days when you have a chance. Appreciate you being here, buddy. So see ya, Uke. How many retirement funds were stopped in bankruptcy court? Yeah, Vanessa, you're right on. So, right, I have a friend who is in Illinois. I forget which community, but like, she gets a regular like letter from the state, like once a year, saying, for your community, or from the community, like saying, because they're part of their own. She works for the government. Like, they're saying, we anticipate we'll be able to pay like 71% of your retirement like balance when you retire. And then every year it like goes down. And the only way they can make that whole is if they like tax everybody. Then all the companies and residential places, they like leave. Like, they're like, we're not going to pay all this. So like, at what point, right? It's crazy. So it's Bolo. This is CNT. The stock market is a long time game, and you're going to take some. Yeah, that's a thing. Like, and as of course, what my advisors will say, they'll be like, well, Dave, you're not looking, you got to look at a 10-year gain. Like, you got to look at the last 10 years, which might be completely accurate, right? I suppose you could look at that, but you could also look at like the years like 1963 through 85. Like, if you would have invested, you virtually would have had a zero return. And I get where things have gone up recently, but we've also had this massive printing of money. And we have some dynamics now in play that I just don't think have been in play before, like this amount of quantitative easing, the fact that people can trade on their phones, that they're siphoning money out, so stocks never can really build up this foundation. It's continually being eroded by people taking profits every day, probably 5 times a day if you're a day trader. And I look at this and say, and you don't have the younger people coming in. We statistically know we have fewer people ages 0 to 30. Like, we're at this cliff, right? This kind of aging cliff. They're not coming in and putting money into these retirement systems, these pensions, which really fuel the stock market. So I could totally be wrong on this. That's one thing I always tell my advisor. I'm like, dude, if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I can live with a 5% certificate of deposit for 5 years. And if the market goes up 20% every year and I lost out on a lot of money, then I did. And I've done that in the past. Like, that's traditionally been my game. Okay, I'll have this much as a certificate. I'll take it. Can I get a treasury note for 3 years that pays 4%? I'll take it. Well, market went up 12% or 50%. Okay, it did. But I've also hedged myself against a 20% loss, which to me would be significant. I would have to make big changes in my lifestyle if that happened, versus if I can predict out, by taking insured things, it's a whole different game for me. So, stamps, coins, you have any idea what it's like having crap I can't liquidate? So I kind of do, Corey. I kind of do. So I had a number of coins I had inherited back a number of years ago, and I had to liquidate those. So I had to become apprised of what it meant, like what the value of that was, and then also like what the silver and gold content and stuff. But I think I don't know, hopefully, like I met with a couple different like dudes that dealt in this stuff, and there was a guy that in my area, and he was able to give appraisals, and then I sold most of the stuff to it. I just said I said the problem is, right, like where the hell am I going to store you know um this amount of silver coins? You could put it in a safety deposit box, right? But then you're paying for that. Well, I have to have multiple big safety deposit boxes to do that. But then the government can come in and just like confiscate that without any reason. And if you have it at your home and someone breaks into your home, they'll just take it. And then what are you supposed to do with your insurance company? Like, you have to really have it thoroughly documented. And so, like, I just don't think these things aren't fungible. Like I watch these channels, I allegedly, and Jeremiah Babe's always like, oh, I'm moving out of California, but he never does. But like Dan from I allegedly, and I get the whole thing with gold and silver. I get it. Like own the coins, own the bullion and stuff like that. But like, how the hell do you liquidate this stuff? Which is what you're saying, Corey. You're right on. Because most people can't. Like outside of your local coin shop. And the dude at my coin shop said, Dave, if the economy really gets bad, like I'm not going to be able to do this because people will break into this. And like, how am I going to get money from the bank? So like, how is the bank going to give me $20,000 to pay people out for redeeming their coins or not? So his whole system kind of just locks up. And like I watched a number of channels. I remember interviewing Larry Lawton, America's Biggest Real Estate, but I think we become more of a prison economy, like how prisons operate, with like drugs and alcohol and smokes and stuff like that. But like, yeah, I mean, the whole thing, and someone would have to be authenticating a stamp, authenticating a coin, and how it would be, and no one's going to go through that process. They're like, dude, like, do you have a cord of firewood so I can get some ass wipe and a bottle of Tide and some frozen venison? That's really what it's going to be. So Corey, you're right on with that. Study history, yeah, and so Jim, I'm maybe a pessimist I guess I'm a pessimist on this, but I don't think I have a hard time seeing where like the history repeat, other than like we're in the start of or initial stages of a pretty substantial fall, like the fall of Rome, right? Like a Hobbes Leviathan, like government starts to organize things and people like want government because they want some basic level of services and some organization, but then it just government increases and gets crazier and pretty some people in power don't want to give up their power. So but I think this whole electronic, I mean, think of how people think. The Bank of England came out in the last week and said, oh, we might have to do digital currency to kind of offset like pension losses. I'm like, well, what? And the US government is doing a digital currency 12-week trial. They start in November. I'm like, this is what would it take? And I want to do a show. I want to have Chad Elkins, our CPA friend on the show, but what would it take for the government to say, we're going to do universal basic income, or we're going to do a social security payment, but it's all going to be in digital currency, and it expires 24 months after we issue it. Expires, goes to zero. But we'll also give you an incentive. So, while we'll give you more of it, right? But you have to spend it within 24 months, it goes to zero. So I think that's fascinating. I want to have Chad on to kind of talk about that concept. Our CPA friend in the field. But I don't know. I look at things today and I'm just like, I'm 51 years old and there are things I'm seeing I've never seen before. I've never seen a store that will pay you $2 for 4 quarters, which I've seen. I've taken pictures of it. I've never seen that. And not like it just happens once. It happens many times. I've never seen that. Right. I've never in 20 years living here have my house appreciate 16% year after year. I've never seen the amount of increase in my utilities that I've seen, or my house insurance. I've never seen these things ever. So, I've never seen these shortages persist. Right. And how, like, when I schedule appointments out for the vehicles, they're like, give us a couple of weeks so we can make sure everything's here. I'm like, holy. So I guess I've never seen this deterioration of the supply chain ever in my life. And this is the part that really I think is worth noting, because like capitalism would typically solve a bad supply chain, right? Like capitalism would jump in and people would be like, here's a more effective way to do that. That's how FedEx kind of started in 71, right? And I'd be like, shit, like that works. And it's not happening. And yet we are on the verge of a rail strike, which I actually think will happen this time, because what's the incentive for the government to step in, stop? The elections are done, right? I just don't think I think it's going to happen. And so I'm like, I'm seeing things like, if I'm 51 and then I'm talking to my parents that are in their 80s, they're like, yep, we've never seen this either. I'm like, well, shit, like that's, if my brokers, like, I haven't seen this. Well, unfortunately, we're in the first time since 1934 the 60-40 portfolio hasn't really worked for people. I'm like, but dude, like if this is what you're telling me, this is a really bad sign, right? And right, like for me to change my position and go into almost all fixed investments, I'm like, I'm good with that. There's no shame in my game if I'm getting 5% right on a 5-year CD and the market happens to go up 30% next year. I can live with that. I look at that and be like, okay, people that hung out and did whatever they did, doesn't mean the stuff I had would have gone 30% maybe, but no shame in my game. And I've always lived life that way. But I'm like, I'm looking at things like, holy Christ, this is bad. Let's do this. Our good friend Andrew's to Vanessa. I've been looking into buying the tools to make alcohol in case things get bad, but I need to produce. I don't feel like getting arrested for moonshine. Andrew, come on. I doubt they would arrest you, but C&T, the dealership told me the other day that they could get in 2 days or not parts for 2 weeks. So yeah. So yeah, the whole thing with parts, even like when I go in and I'm like, I'm just scheduling the vehicles for like their oil change. One gets like the 0 weight oil, the newer SUV we bought, which actually has worked really well. Like I am so glad in March of last year, we ordered this SUV and we got it with everything we wanted, the heated seats, heated steering wheel, which that's not kind of my thing, but I'm 50, now I'm 51. And we the last vehicle we had, for Christ, like literally 15 years. And it was still in pretty good shape when we sold it. So I'm like, well, by the time 15 years is done, like how many more vehicles and what's the model going to look like? Are you really going to own vehicles? You're just going to have lease vehicles, like, these electric vehicles after 5 years and give them back or whatever. I don't know. But my wife had always wanted a vehicle with a sunroof. So we got a moonroof. And the thing was totally like decked out. We got pretty much everything we could get on it. The heated seats, heated steering wheel, the big LED screen, and all that shit, and the heads up display, which is really awesome. Like I didn't realize that heads up display is really a cool feature. We went up north, and I barely drive the vehicle, but when we went up north, I drove it. I'm like, this is really cool to have a heads up display, all-wheel drive, and my daughter's driving now, so it's a good thing. But I'm like, we ordered that before the shortage hit on all this stuff. So we got the vehicle in while manufacturing was still pretty typical. And now, like, you can't get these things. They'll give you like, oh, like it's supposed to have heated seats, which, my car, I don't have any of that stuff. Like, my car is just, it's pretty basic. It's like the absolute basic, like you can get, like my car, but like, but they're like, what? Now they'll give you like, I think it's $50. GM will give you it doesn't come in, we'll give you $50. And when the parts come in, like we'll take the vehicle in and we'll, put the electric seat chip in and stuff like that. I'm like, well, I don't want that. By the way, like our dealership has been in business 40 years, and tomorrow from 12 to 1, they have hot dogs and cake if you want to show up. And I do think I'm going to show up for that. Although I wish they would have done brats. I'm not a big fan of hot dogs. So, but I'm going to show up because I bought my last 2 vehicles from them. So, but yeah, damn right, says C&T. I'm pretty fired up. So, but yeah, pretty fired up. The government hates you. Make no mistake. No, Heath, you're right on, man. I tell people this all the time. I'm like, you only need to go. I mean, I can give these. Any of us can give examples, but I'm like, go to Phillips, South Dakota. Phillips, South Dakota is where they were. They had the oil rigs, right? And then, when the new administration came in, they shut all that down. And when people tried to go to work and start that back up, the federal marshals showed up, right? And they're like, you're not doing that. You're not going to reopen these oil rigs here in Phillips, South Dakota, which I visited, by the way. And I'm like, what the hell? Right? No. And I've had that experience myself. I can't speak about it on the air. I cannot do that. But I've had my abrasions, with the agencies that be, right, that has cost me notably from a fiscal side and from other non-disclosure agreements, which are in a file cabinet to my left. But no, yeah, the government isn't trying to help you or represent you or benefit you. And that's where these schools really get mixed up. And I got to set these people straight. No, some of them listen to me, some of them like, if you think schoolsafety.gov is a solution to your school safety issues, which became a website in this clearinghouse out of the Safer Schools Act, I'm like, Christ, you're wrong. Like that is not helping you. Like this is not the problem. And just this whole thing of having Mike on tonight. Mike's a great guy, right? And that esports is terrific. He puts in a ton of hours and stuff. But, as I said to Mike afterwards, I said, dude, like you can leverage me to come in and present as like the school administrator, the professor guy on why this is important for schools from a non-discrimination standpoint, Office of Civil Rights and Title IX, because I've got all that stuff down. Like I present it in my classes. I'm like, let me be the hammer because, I'll do it for free. You're a great guy, Mike. Esports. I think everything going on here is really good. So call me up, state of Wisconsin. I'm glad to do that. So look at this. Vanessa saying you can make all calls feel. So I by the way, I've been using TrueFeel for a number of years. TrueFeel. You can get it at Home Depot in my small engines. And lately I've been watching some people who have kind of negative reviews on that. So I haven't had that experience. Like it's kept my carbs really clean, carburetors. But apparently after 2 years, it starts to go to hell. And I have a couple bottles which are hitting that mark. So I've got to burn that out this year with my snowblower. If not, I've got to burn it through my lawnmower. But my snowblower has kind of a weird, I had to have the engine rebuilt once on that. And it's just quirky. So it's okay. It's good, but it's if I sold it to someone, I'd be like, this engine's not quite normal. It's got some special needs. And if you use the right fuel for it and stuff like that, it's okay, but it'll try to, the choke is kind of weird on it. But it's okay. You just got to know that. So I've had it for many years. I kind of know it's in and out. Mike is saying we have had issues getting filters from time to time over the last 2 years. Filtered material being diverted to make disposable masks. So right there, right? So this is a type of thing that I bring in when I have discussions with my financial advisor, right? Which I don't know why the hell I really have a financial advisor when I've taken care of my finances my whole life. But of course he's like, Dave, this is typically what things look like over. I'm like, but dude, are you not living in the same world that I live in right now? That Vanessa and Heath and Jim and Corey Slater, and Bolo, dude, I've never seen these things happen. And I'm 50, I'm older than you. And I'm like, this isn't good. And if I move to fixed, I understand, right? That hits the bottom line for you. I'm taking money out of your pocket because, right, investment management fees. But I'm like, dude, it's been 21 years since we've had a 5% 5-year CD. 21 years. If I can lock that in with FDIC insurance up to $250,000, I'm doing it. Yeah, you're not hitting it. You're not hitting inflation. Dude, everything I've had is down 20%. What are you talking about inflation? Like, if inflation hits, do you think the stock market is going to rally? Like, how the hell do you make that correlation? Oh, if we get hyperinflation, the market's going to go to 40,000. I don't think so. Like, I just don't get the logic. I'm like, I just, it's not relational that way. How will that be the scenario? The only scenario I see is if the government does a ton of printing and then, the stock market goes to 40,000, but everything that we're paying for is double in cost, right? So I'm just like, it's a bad thing to look, I think, and say, oh, like the last 140 years is very predictive of the next 140 years. Bullshit. That doesn't exist. What the hell? When, again, the internet and day trading and a lot of, 84% of trades are made through algorithms and computer programs now. And just like, dude, I don't know. I'm like, oh, I'm okay where I'm at. I'm not taking the L. I'm still taking a W by going out at 5% on a fixed with FDIC insurance. I'm still taking a W. I'm taking a personal W. I'm like, for me to predict what I have for income is much more important than predict or anticipate if I have a huge loss. A loss hurts me across many levels, dude, from health insurance to retirement planning to, capital planning on what we do here as a family. A loss is just hits much different than me being able to predict 5% going forward. And I can, like consulting, I said, dude, I can always change the seesaw on my side. I can jump into consulting. I'm pretty prized at the stuff that I do, right? I have a good, I got out of it because I wanted to do other stuff. I wanted to bike and do these things, but I'm like, now I'm back into it because I just think you've got to do it, right? You can't leave the money on the table. And I'm like, I can change this. I can get the money flowing back to me through the consulting. But if I'm doing that and I'm hemorrhaging on the side of investments, it's a net zero gain. Like, so I think he's just kind of got to the point where he's like, well, I know you're like, you're leaving, like the ship's set sail. There's nothing I can say. I'm like, well, dude, you've got it. Like, it's not specifically you. It's just like, this is the way things have to work for me. Right. And Aaron Clary has a really good point on this. He's like, you're much better off to take on a second job. For me, this is, I guess, kind of my first job, although I teach like college, but boost up the consulting because I can increase my revenue significantly versus like trying to maneuver through like high stakes investments and stuff like that. I can just scale that down very conservatively and then just add money back through consulting. So, God, look at it's Corey. I shouldn't worry. The zombie apocalypse kicks off. I'm food. Corey, you're going to win that battle. So let's check where we're at here. This is Vanessa. What is true inflation for goods in your area? Cars, fuel, gasoline, electricity, water, sewer. So it's a good point, Vanessa. This is the question, right? We should be asking and talking to other people about for member check, right? They're proposing about a 12 to 15% increase in electricity for my provider. Our water has gone up 8%. My property taxes have gone up 16% this year. Gasoline, yeah, I mean, we're down to like, 320. I don't drive a lot. So, I mean, I drive like 6,000 miles a year. So not a big thing for me. My water and sewer costs, yes, my water and sewer costs will go up substantially more if they pass a federal PFAS. Remember PFAS, the forever chemical like DuPont and 3M was making? If they pass that and have certain thresholds that you can have in your water, like you can expect everybody's water costs to go up. And if you live out on a farm and you're getting well water and that gets tested and you have a higher PFAS level, good luck. I'm not saying, I'm just saying like you're going to run into an issue. I have a friend who's in that situation where they're trying to sell their place and they had some PFAS testing or whatever the hell, even though there's not a state level or federal level, there's this kind of guidance. They're having a hard time selling their place. So like, this is just bad stuff, but cars are up, right? I think they're coming down. I looked yesterday at the vehicle we bought. That vehicle isn't available anymore. The manufacturer no longer lets you custom order to that depth that we did. They now kind of make you pick certain packages. But service is up, definitely on the vehicle. But yeah, my real costs are up 16%, I would guess 15-16% if I take in health. My health insurance, our family health insurance costs. The hell here. 28%. Family health insurance costs went up 28% for 2022 to 2023. Like these, I can hedge these. I can cut them off at the pass by generating more income as a contractor. Now I have that ability to do that. And, that was something I had shut down. Now, of course, it's a trade-off, right? Because I take off other things that I wanted to do, but I can do that to a certain level. I can hedge these things. I can get back in the game, but even there's a certain point where I can only contract out so much. Otherwise I got to like restructure my fees. And yeah, I guess if I wanted to work like 70 hours a week, which I could, I could maybe keep up with this stuff if it keeps going this trajectory. But as I said, like I can fight this off for a while yet. Thankfully, I'm in that position of being the safety doc and having done things in different licenses. And I do some licenses, right? Administrative licenses that create a barrier to entry for other people to come in and do some of the things that I do. But there's a threshold on that. And once it gets beyond that, then what? I mean, if I just look at that and say, I don't know, man. So what does it mean? It means like living frugally, like we did some pretty significant capital investments in the house where we did the concrete edging and the concrete slab this year, like $8,000 on that, which anchors the property value to some extent. And that's where I want to be putting money is in the property, into the tangible stuff. But, because I'm living here, I lived here 20 years. So, but I don't know, man. So let's look here in the chat. This is Corey. After I got out of the hospital for my valve replacement, I was in the dollar store. I got 2 to 5 packs of N95 masks last year. I went to Rexall for replacements. $0 for 10. Oh my goodness. Wow, Corey. Wow. Oh, sorry. $80 for 10 masks. That is terrifying, isn't that right? So like, how do you keep up with that on an income side? It's just insane. It's crazy, right, Corey? Vanessa, I was an NCOIC in charge of hospital barracks my entire time up in Alaska. Food and beer and bonfires in dead of Arctic winter helps. Yeah, it's the simplicity sometimes that helps. Like I said, I love bike riding. Not just bike riding, like I'll do bike treks of 100 miles. I mean, most of my bike treks are maybe like 70 miles. I would say like most are 40 miles. Most are 40 to 45. And then like maybe a third are 70 miles. And like very few are 100 unless I really plan for that. Although like I love those and I can do them. It's just like, then you just got to block off a big amount of time. There's a whole bunch of prep you got to do for a 100-mile ride. But yeah, just things that don't cost a lot of money. I think I'm going to buy a GoPro like 4, which is an older model. And I'm going to record some of my bike rides this year. I can't do it in real time because I won't have the internet available, where I'm biking, but I'm going to edit them into like 30-minute videos because I want to show you guys. I bike past a 1,000-year-old cluster of Indian effigy mounds, like a bear and a snake and all that stuff. I want to show you that because it's really cool. And I'll show you like as I bike up to it, and then like I'll actually go into the park and stuff like that. And then I want to show you there's some 1930s dams. They're small dams that are built off the Wisconsin River. They were built from the Civil Conservation Corps to flood land for irrigation. They're not kept up anymore, but a number of them still exist. They're really cool. So you can like walk right up to them, walk on them. And so I want to do a show on those. I want to do a show on what the hell is it? Effigy mounds. There's some really cool, like real old cemeteries, these country cemeteries, but I've got like a number of shows I'd like to do while I'm biking, just to show you guys some of these things that I encounter when I bike, and then kind of edit those down into like 30-minute shows. And I would do like narration over the top of the video, like once I got home. Probably have to do that like as a premiere, but I think it'd be really cool. So I'm trying to figure out like how to mount the stuff on my bike and how to get some of this video, but it's kind of my goal for this year, because I do really awesome bike treks, and I'm like, God, like I know all of you would love to see these things. Like, who wouldn't love to see like 1,000-year-old effigy mound, or the largest man effigy mound in the effigy of a man in the world is on my bike trek, right? If the one I take, and they cut the feet off and they put a road in, like in the early 1900s, really stupid, but they still do like a chalk outline across the road. You can see where the feet were, but this effigy mound of a man. So let me bring that up here, by the way. It's really cool. So I'd like to take you guys out to this. So let me. So right here, this is it. So let me make this a little larger. So this is on one of my biking treks, and then there's this effigy mound of a man. It was like at least 1,000 years old. Again, not far from my house. And they put this road in like in 1918 or something. Really stupid. Like, why in the world would you cut the feet off of this thing? So, but before that, they had, done surveys of this land, and this is what the actual thing was. They have painted over here where the feet were and on this property. But anyway, this still exists. So yeah, we live in the area of the country within like 40 miles of us are the most effigy mounds in the entire state, or in the entire country. So, but wouldn't it be cool? Like, yeah, I could bike out here. I could, there's like this little park over here, and then I could like show you guys like, oh, here's what's going on, like at the effigy mound. And, this would be a cool show, right? Like, so, I mean, it wouldn't be live. I have to do it as a premiere, but yes, this is really close to me. So I bike past that every once in a while. So, let me see. Oh, so here it is, like from the ground. When did they cut the back? When did they chop the feet off of that? Let's see here. There was, by the way, I don't know. Here's a story about how it was built, I guess. But there was this lady when I was in college. Get this. So when I was in college, there's this lady, and she's like non-traditional student. So I guess she's like 30 years old. I thought it was pretty crazy when I was in college, and I thought all college kids were like in their 20s. This lady was like in her 30s, and she's like, hey, like, would you like to come up to my property? Like, we got 40 acres, and there's like some Indian effigy mounds like on the 40 acres, but like, and we could like check out, dig up the mounds. Like we used to do that when I was a kid. I'm like, what? She's like, yeah, seriously. Like we got mounds, these effigy mounds. This is like back in the 90s. She's like, if you want to like stop up, we could check out some of these mounds. And I'm like, whoa, first of all, it's not legal. But second, like how many of these places in Wisconsin, like they discover an effigy mound like on their property? They just never report it, right? That it's been on the back 80 or whatever. But this was she had this really incredible story. We dig these things up like now and then, and there's like either there's bones or just tools or beads or whatever the hell. And I'm like, holy smokes. So like that just seems wrong. Like I wouldn't do that, but I was really interested at the same time. So yeah, it's like, wow, can't believe that. Same time, very interested. I wouldn't do that though. I just think it's wrong. But it would have been cool to see the thing is like, these things have eroded over time. So people they're hard to tell from just like, oh, this might have been soil pushed in a direction, until you like get an overhead like image of it, you can really see. My electricity dropped 43% this year with no change in usage. Heath, that's amazing. Good for you, buddy. Really good for you. Jim is saying what keeps you alive are your really expensive. Everything else is imaginary income. Yeah, that's true. Our electric bills are already slated for $100 increase on costs come January in Connecticut. That is crazy, right? I mean, how do you adjust in motion or on a fixed income, right, to pick up that extra $100 on that stuff, right? Again, and you're not getting an asset for it. It's not like the city is coming by and saying, "Oh, we like put in a new curb and gutter and sidewalk in front of your house. Now we're charging you back for it." Well, that can be flipped as a selling asset to a buyer, I guess, at some point. But here you're expending stuff on a utility, right? It's crazy. I own utilities in my stock portfolio, and they're not doing bad, but they're not doing great as far as like what they're returning to investor. Utilities typically, mediocre dividend of 2 to 3%. But you think utilities would run off the map, but they're not. And utilities are really getting hammered too, because like Duke Energy and Southern, which were great stocks for years, like they can't get their nuclear power plants approved because these groups come up and they challenge them on it and they just derail it at every point they can. And I'm like, well, nuclear power makes a hell of a lot of sense. And they're like, nope. So, if you've got that taken off the board and you're forced into renewables, it's a big hit. I think it was Southern, like they came out and they just said, what can we do? Like, what's the deal here? Because you're really making it difficult for utilities to operate. And it's strange to me that nuclear has gotten so detested, I guess would be the way. Like, to try to get new nuclear plant, good luck with that. Although like nuclear, how efficient it is, and right, but everyone's like, oh, look at the risk though, like a Fukushima or 3 Mile Island. Well, yeah, I get it, right? But and it's like once you just like the technology is very good, but the move towards singularity would just increase the technology. We have nuclear submarines, stuff like it. But no, like nuclear is like off the table. So these companies really, it's really a bad spot. So I've been kind of reanalyzing my, exposure in utilities, because I think utilities have a tough road ahead. Andrew, at some point, all these rules and laws are going to hit a breaking point. People can't flee to Florida and Texas forever. Yeah, true. Personally, I'd probably go to Florida, northern Florida. That'd be me. I could do Texas though, but no, you're right. Or South Dakota, right? I don't know if you follow Louis Rossmann, right? The Rossmann channel, but he had a really rough year. Let me bring up his YouTube stuff. He did a video. It was this video. Let me bring it up. So Louis Rossmann. So if you follow me, he's got like 1.5 or 7.5 million YouTube subscribers. I enjoy Louis's content. He does a lot for advocating for right to repair. And but he talked about working his business in New York and all these crazy fines that were coming up from, like one thing in this video he talked about is like if he let people go and pay an extra $40 to get moved up to the service queue toward the front of the line, like apparently that was taxable and he didn't know it. So they were trying to charge him like $40,000 per quarter for like every time he had his taxes on. It was just crazy stuff. And he said like the stress was so intense. Like although he has the best rated service for like iPads and technology and stuff, like in the whole region, like multi-state, he said in this video that he returned to drinking and he moved to New Hampshire and rented, and then he moved permanently to Texas, all within like the last year. and he just kind of talked about his personal struggles. And you look at it, I mean, Lewis is a good guy. Like, he's fighting on the right side of things. He's good, but he's very raw in this video. And this is up on his website. And I'm like, holy smokes, like, the system is just out there breaking good people. And so yeah, it's and as he said, like, the stress brought on by this New York City audit over these things, and he was at a hard time getting answers, and oh my God, it was just really, but I felt really bad. And then he just said how much this had cost him. Homeless in America, hey buddy, hello to you. I know he did a video a day ago, it was 30 degrees outside. So hope you are staying warm. Real expenses, shelter, food, medicine, etc. Yes, you're right on, Vanessa. So solar panels can help offset, Jim. Right on. So I think anything you can look at to offset your expenses is a good thing. Jeez, I guess like some kind of allergy. Jeez. Sorry about that. I sneezed away from the mic. Some kind of, just the humidity drops on here. I'm sure it's cat dander and stuff like that. I'm fine, but anything you can do to hedge your expenses, is a really good move. And I think solar is a good option on that. Mike, my boss did not want to invest in more reefer trailers, only had 6. The rest were mostly dry vans. Joe Morris, our good friend, living frugal always pays off when you need it. It does. It's a good friend like, Captain Capitalism, Aaron Clary. And, Aaron's a personal friend. We both grew up in Wisconsin. I've known him for a long time. But yeah, he lives frugal. I mean, he does well with his consulting and his books and all of that, but he lives frugal and he enjoys life. He enjoys hiking and motorcycling and, things that aren't costing him. He doesn't have to look at his day and say, oh, this day is going to cost me $500. No, but I'm with you. Like, that's why I love biking. What does it cost me to, fuel up the bike? Nothing. It costs me, $15 to eat the appropriate foods and, things I need to do probably before I go out biking, but that's it. Right. And then I'm getting the benefit of being healthier for that. But, I went out back. I wish I would have taken a picture of this because I show up, but I went out back yesterday. So we bet up against City Parkland and I collected an entire banana box, which is pretty big box of sticks. And so I brought up my kind of heavy snips, my shears that I used to like trim my lilac and stuff like that. It had been 3 degrees the day before. So I'm like, there's no wood ticks out here. Like, I'm good. And I went out there and I brought the box. It's like 20 degrees. And I went through like all of the brush, the fallen limbs and all of that. And I just trimmed up everything about 15 inches long, trimmed off the little like side twigs and stuff and put it in this box. And a couple of hours I had the box full and put it in the basement. And I've been using it for kindling. I have kindling which is scrap stuff from the wood guy. But this stuff works great and it's dry. And then of course it get more dry, but I have even some birch back there from when I trim my birch tree. Cause that's kind of where I push my stuff too. If it falls in a storm or whatever. But I went and, I'm like, man, like this was a good idea. It doesn't cost me a dime. It cost me a couple hours of my time, which is nice because I'm outside and it's, I'm out in the trees and wilderness. It's good stuff. Come back with a nice full box of basically sticks, but I mean, they're all, because I trim everything down, like with the snips, I use a little bit for fire, starts a fire better. And didn't cost me anything. I'm like, why did I think about this before? I've been here 20 years. And, so that's something I'm going to go out again and do on the next, maybe 10-degree day. It's best to do it when it's really cold because it's easy to kind of like snip the stuff off when there's really low humidity in it. But yeah, we have a number, it's just kind of brush. There's about 15 to 20 feet of just kind of old trees and brush until you get to the prairie stuff. And that stuff just needs to be maintained anyway. So for me to go back there and to kind of clear some of that stuff out and use it for kindling is really helping me in the city out. So Heath is saying, I spent $400 on 250-watt panels, $80 on a charge controller. Good deal, buddy. So you're kind of like Thomas Massey, the legislator who runs his house off of a Tesla battery. Good job, buddy. 50 solar panels at 280 watts each. And so nice job, Vanessa. So I've been thinking about solar. I don't have solar here in Wisconsin. There's always that thing of, well, there's snow and then you got the cloudiness and winter stuff. But I am going to look at that. Can you bike to work, Doc? So Jim, I retired in 2019. So my work is right here. So the university is 100 miles away. So no, I couldn't bike there. And I have to do the interstate to get there by 100. So when I teach at the university in fall, I have to drive there. It's on weekends. And, but I get paid mileage for that anyway. So, but in spring I teach everything online, but yeah, otherwise all my consulting is right here, buddy. This is exactly what I just come down the stairs and I'm on. I use a different headset and stuff like that for it. But my neighbor has an e-bike and he has a drone business in Madison. He e-bikes there every day, even in winter. And, so that's about 40 miles. So he e-bikes. And by the way, I love the look of his e-bike. It's like all black. It looks like a little motorcycle. And I'm like, oh, I'm so tempted to buy an e-bike. But at the same time, like when I bike, for him, I understand, like, you don't want to be biking this whole thing because like you gotta, you don't want to spend your energy and your calories and get all sweaty and stuff like that. But when I bike, like I'm biking to get physically fit. That's why my bike is like real heavy and stuff like that. But would I like to have an e-bike to just, one day a week be able to go out and bike some area I don't usually bike and not really have to put a lot of energy into it, like just to be out. Yeah, I guess I kind of like that. So a company in Maine, this is Vanessa, will be my vendor for diesel generators soon. Good deal. So it's Mrs. Wayne. DJI adventure cams are better and cheaper. I'll check that out, Jim. So I've only looked right now at what the hell, GoPro 4, because my friend Nikolai Razvayu, the cyclist from Soviet Union who I wrote about in my book, uses a GoPro 4. And so I thought about because that's what he used. I thought about GoPro 4. I've also can repurpose my old cell phone as a camera, but I don't want to really go down that route, and the battery is really horrible on it. But yeah, so I have to figure out like what I'm really willing to invest, because I'm not probably making any money off of that unless you guys are like, hey, here's a super chat for $400. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. But I'm just this allergy thing. But yeah, so part of it is just kind of keeping up on the technology and stuff like that. So I'll look into that DJI. But I have made the decision that next year I do want to record some of my bike rides, my bike treks, and then also always have this purpose of saying, like, we're going to visit historic Indian effigy mounds, right? Or we're going to visit this, these old 1930s dams built by the CCC next to me and stuff like that. So I watched a show. This is Misty, Mrs. Wayne. I watched a show on that a few months ago, how they put the road in and now it's haunted. Whoa. Yeah, that's interesting, because around me there, I could also like bike to places which are very identified as haunted. There is a cemetery that I bike past. It's actually on Cemetery Road. It's about 7-8 miles out of town. And there are people that will come here from different states just to like check out this cemetery because of the alleged hauntings. One of the things that's eerie about the cemetery, so I've been there a number of times, is they have a lot of gravestones of kids from, like born in 1880, died in 1885. And that, so people will bring and leave like toys on the gravestones, and the cemetery is not kept up. And it has a really strange feel to it, but people have said they've captured all, his apparitions and voices and stuff in that. And I didn't know that until I actually like looked it up after I'd been there a few times. But yeah, so interesting. Yes. Let's see here. Vanessa, we have some interesting places around here to get ruby garnets from some cave. That sounds awesome. That sounds good. We did that as kids, my older brother and I. Misty, I'd be too scared. I'd get cursed, followed by a spirit, rest of my life. Digging one of those up, yeah, those Indian mounts. I wouldn't have done it. I was just like, I was stunned, like when she was telling me that story. I'm like, what do you do? Oh, we do this. So I'm like, wow. So Lewis Rossman champion right free pair. He did. Yeah. Watching that video from Lewis that he put out like 3-4 days ago was really, it struck me just in a weird way. Like I felt sad because it sounded like he's really been through struggles in the last year. And then he talked about too in that video of how, some of his employees that he had in New York, like they had worked with him for the whole time he had his place there, like 8-10 years. And then they weren't able to relocate to Texas where he was at because they had property or family or whatever. So once his store closed, like there wasn't somebody taking over his store. But I think it's a really tough time for Lewis. I feel bad for him because I think he's a great guy who does great things, but it was really honest and raw in that video, again, that he posted. Yeah, Jim is saying interviewed a guy doing controllers for the cripple like a Los Angeles something. So, which would kind of come in similar to what we did on our esports interview tonight. So, Gesundheit. This is Corey because I sneeze. Yeah. So I think I have to sneeze again. So if you guys hang on here, let me do the intermission and I'll be right back because I'm definitely getting some allergy effect. I think that's again the mix of the humidity's dropped down here and cat dander and then just whatever's kicking up. So give me just a second here. Just a second. I'm like, why does this interface seem like I've never used it before? Well, come on here, Doc. Here we go. All right. So hang on, everybody. This is like the other day. I went into our living room, our fireplace room, I guess. And like it's got 6 switches on the wall, one for the fan, one for the light over here, one for the lights that go against the fireplace, all this shit. And now he's like, it took me like 6 tries to figure out which light to turn on. I'm like, I've lived here 20 years. So I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, is it this switch or is it this switch or is it this switch? And so not that that's a sign of anything because I don't think it's endemic, but I was like, damn it. So, all right. Whoa, not that.
Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack.
train, a heart, the piccolo and the cane. Highfalutin fast shooting, thinking of Houston high brown. Highfalutin fast shooting, thinking of Houston high brown. Played a little old down, and her played a little old down, and her head went round and round. Ooh, she thought I was okay, but she stepped off that train with a heart, the piccolo and the cane.
Well, everybody, thanks for hanging out for that. So, it's from our good friend Swamp Dog Armory. So, got some good news to share. Let's put this over here in the Fantasy Football League for the Wisconsin School for the Blind, where I worked as an administrator a few years ago. So, he's still am invited to participate in the Fantasy Football League that they have every year. And I am Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me. Last year I won the league. It's a competitive league. I made the playoffs the year before. This year I am 7-3, but I won this weekend. I'll be 8-3 as of tomorrow morning. And the 40 Broncos 65 also won, so they're 8-3. But I do have a points lead here of about 200 points, so it's kind of like a tiebreaker. And we're getting down there, so the first four make the playoffs. So really, I only need about one more win to lock up a playoff spot here in the Wisconsin School for the Blind Fantasy Football League. So yeah, I'm hoping here. So I have a pretty big points lead. That's a big thing that's here. But the Meeseeks, my team here, the Mr. Meeseeks, we're 8-3 starting tomorrow morning. Tied here with 40 Broncos, who I beat, by the way. So I do have a head-to-head, but I do have the points lead here. Big points league here. Points lead, right? So that determines the playoff seedings. So if we go to playoffs, look at the Meeseeks here would be number one in the semifinals. If the season ended today, we'd be playing the littles, the tinies, the biddies. Right here. Mr. Meeseeks. I am Mr. Meeseeks. So anybody know where that's from? Anybody know where Mr. Meeseeks is from? So I don't know if you do or if you don't, but let me know. But here's what Jim was for Halloween. Jim was Mr. Meeseeks. There he was. Let's picture Jim Halloween this year. He'd go up, I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me. So he got a lot of candy, man. Got a lot of candy, Jim, when he was Mr. Meeseeks. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. So, yes, Mr. Meeseeks. So, oh my goodness, you guys. So movies, that intermission, yeah, was made by Swamp Dog Armory. So appreciate that he did that. He just gifted that to me. So that bat, yeah, the bass or bass. I mean, it's bass. I call it bass, but you're right. That is some good stuff, man. That's just a cool thing. He's like, here, let me just do this for you. So, so it's Ron Wayne, the Kentucky Batman, emptying the outside hot tub. Holy smokes! Yeah, in Wisconsin here, when I up north, our neighbors had a hot tub, so which always seemed pretty cool. You'd see them out there and be like 20 degrees and be out in their hot tub, but cool in your fantasy football. Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing. So I'm in two leagues. The one league I've been in since college. So these dudes, like one of the guys passed away during the season, died during the season. So we just let his team play out for the year. And then like the next year is, I don't know, it was really weird. I think we kept him in the league like following year as kind of like a commemorative thing. I don't remember, but I've been in one league. I won it last year. And so that's a very competitive league. We draft offense and defense. So it's like a big time thing. But so, like, I don't know, 25 years been in that league. And I won it 3 times, but I did win it last year. I was 7-7, and I made a run in the playoffs, won a league. Then I've been in the Wisconsin School for the Blind League for like the last 5 years. I made the playoffs 2 years ago, and then last year I won it in the playoffs. And this year, like, so far I'm in first place, and I'll make the playoffs. We'll see where things go. It's a great group of people, but it's kind of fun. It's good that you invite people, back after year, and but so with the 49ers winning, my arbitrage bet broke even. So my goodness, Andrew. All right. Andrew's like, I'm betting on everything. Go back and bet on the 97 Packers to lose against Denver. Kolpek, is that Slavic? Oh my goodness. Rick and Morty, yeah. So get this. I didn't even know Rick and Morty existed until I started at the School for the Blind. There was a student, Joe, and he said, I don't know, we're talking something about Back to the Future or whatever. He's like, well, have you checked out Rick and Morty? I'm like, Rick and Morty, what's that? Well, it's like kind of a contemporary Back to the Future, but it's about dimensions. And so I went online and I was like watching on Comedy Central Rick and Morty, and I think Rick and Morty's hilarious. So yeah, Rick and Morty. So yeah. And so Mr. Meeseeks is an episode. So you have a Meeseeks box so Rick is kind of the scientist, right? And Morty's like his grandson. And it's crazy stuff, but you press it, and then the Meeseeks exists to help you, like with your golf swing or something else. But then after it helps you out with that, it disappears, it vanishes. So it's the Mr. Meeseeks box. And it's hilarious it's kind of this thing. It's this flip on society, right? Where everyone's trying to look external for someone to jump in and to help them with something. And then to disappear after that, basically. So that's kind of the Mr. Meeseeks box. But I had a Mr. Meeseeks down here in the studio at one point, a plastic Mr. Meeseeks, which is no longer, I don't know where that is. I've lost my Mr. Meeseeks. Huh. So interesting. Doc, you should see the one Billy Von Baum did for Terrence Pop. That'd be awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I watched Terrence's stuff quite a bit. Deepfakes. I think I might have seen that where he used the Reface app and put Doc into like things like Rambo and other type of movies. So they play it during the intermission. That's actually my favorite one on Pop's show. So, oh my God, I'm going to redo my intro because I found some video clips when I was with, my daughter and I were making these videos during the onset of pandemic. Right. And we then put in some special effects, like explosions, things like this in post-production, and there's one where I'm running through the woods at the end of my property, and there's this explosion. I kind of do this MacGyver dive. It looks pretty cool. And I was watching that the other day as I was backing up all these other like video stuff. And I'm like, I need to cut like that 3-second clip into my intro in this show because I think it'd really be cool. So I want to go back in and cut a new intro to the show. I'm also kind of like, I'm okay with the 51 seconds if I have a lot of different video stuff, but like the audio, I don't know. I'd like to kind of tighten that up a little bit to make the intro a little bit shorter than 51 seconds. So Bacon, thanks for listening. Yeah. So the first show with Mike Dahle from Wisconsin ESports was great. Right now that blog post out tomorrow. So yeah. So hilarious. Yeah. Oh my God, that intermission. That's my favorite one when they go to intermission. So, oh my God. Yeah, that is so cool. So yeah. So I thought tonight's interview was terrific. I want to get Traveling Fools booked on the show, and then also December 5th, Zippy and I are supposed to be doing a show on Zippy was on the show once before and was talking about intellectual property rights, but he has a scaffold for, like, as a voter, like, you should be able to track your vote from the moment you vote kind of into perpetualness, right? Like, to see where that vote ended up, and that you could always, like, kind of have this reverse audit on your own vote. And then also he said you could, in theory, you could vote like from an ATM machine if you had that capability. I don't know the whole deal, like, but Zippy's like into this. Like, I trust Zippy. Like, he put together kind of an outline, and so I think it's going to be an interesting show, like, to just say, what if we did it this way? Like, what if we did things, and the accountability, or because then you could even have someone, they're homebound or whatever, but then they vote, and you could always, like, go back and track that vote got counted, and where it got counted and what time, stuff like that. And I mean, there's just really cool things. Zippy's so, like, he focuses in an area, and then he digs like 140 miles deep into it. So, like, I'm just really looking forward to that. So, but yeah, Traveling Fools, we're going to do a show. It's going to be titled, I've got the note card here, Traveling Safety, Volcano Eruptions, Arrest, and Interrogations. So we're going to get that in before Christmas. This is show 195. Well, show 195 was tonight. It's like a 5 shows to 200, which is pretty cool. Like, as I said, when I lost all of my files, which sucked, but it also gave me this chance to go back and to re-download everything. And I'm like, a lot of this stuff is pretty awesome. And I didn't get a lot of, views or a lot of downloads the first like 50 episodes. But I'm like, this episode where I have Brie Hansen on, and she was down in Haiti, like, filming a documentary, and some guy on a motorcycle, like, drove up to him and said, I'm going to tell the police you, like, shine the light in my eyes with this, like, light diffuser, and they'll, like, take all your property unless you, like, give me $50. And how you're just, like, constantly trying to be extorted, right? She goes through this whole process, and I'm like, wow, really interesting stuff. So but yeah, so anyway, it's cool. I'm getting a haircut tomorrow, so, like, hair will be all short. Andrew, I think we're at peak voting. We won't have elections in 50 years. Yeah, I mean, the election stuff has really changed, right? Unless, I would say, right, Andrew, unless you're voting at a local level, like you're voting the doc out of office here. I guess I was never in office, but to really think you're having an effect at a state or even a national level, pretty pretty optimistic, right? It's a thought you can go through the hoop, and it's symbolic. I guess it's symbolic is what I would say. And how in the hell does Maricopa County not have all their votes in, right? In Florida, got hit by a hurricane. They had another hurricane coming in, and everything's done like in a day. So this whole thing in Maricopa County is really weird. If you just look at, okay, like, how do you not have this done? Like, what the hell's going on? Like, just to answer that question. I mean, whether you're a Carrie Lake fan or not, I mean, I'm just looking at this, what's the logistics on this? Like, again, Florida, which has more people, had a hurricane, then a tropical storm or hurricane hit it afterwards, and things were done in 48 hours, like, right? So what's the deal? Right? I mean, that's a very legitimate question. So, Belarus. Corey saying, I remember I'm sitting in front of a computer. Good call, Ron. So, Bacon Andrew, you're awfully generous tonight. Look at this. Well, since Andrew's generous, wait, this is for Andrew. For anyone who's feeling generous tonight. So, when it's time to relax, one beer stands clear. Miller beer. By the way, the Festival Foods had their Guinness Extra Stout on sale for $7.44 for a 4-pack, 4 bottles today, which is a really good deal. I wasn't expecting that. So got to the buffet, the hot buffet right at the correct time. So, the it was still, everything was still there, but you can tell like they weren't restocking it anymore. So got everything I wanted, my chicken tenders, my macaroni and cheese. So ever since I've discovered that, for like $10, because I weigh it out, and that's like an awesome lunch because I don't eat breakfast that day, and it could actually suffice as my only meal for the day. $10 is a great deal on the hot bar at Festival Foods. Everybody's so nice at Festival Foods. I can't say enough good things about that. Our Festival Foods in town. It's just is a really good grocery store. It's like our only grocery store outside of Walmart. But yeah, it's just God. Just I like that. So look at this. Andrew. Very generous, this Andrew guy. Spambot. The only reason it's taking so long to count votes is because they're trying to obfuscate the voting for, yeah. Right. At some point, you just ask the questions like, what's the consequence? What is the consequence of not having your vote tabulated in a week? Again, in a state where there hasn't been a hurricane or a forest fire or something sentinel to that event, and not like they just spring this on you, like, hey, we're having an election. Like, this. Like, what's the excuse? At what point do you? I mean, even what would it take to have like a revote? Like to say, hey, everybody who's in like these 4 counties, you get to revote because half the machines didn't work. That seemed like a really weird thing, didn't it? Like you come in there and then they said the machines needed time to warm up. You're in the desert, for Christ's sakes. The machines need time to warm up. Like, what is that? This computer is 5 years old and it boots up in 20 seconds. I mean, really? I mean, this again, the stuff that's coming out on that, it takes time to warm up. It doesn't take time to, you gotta be kidding me. That's not really a thing, is it? Like it takes time for the machine to warm up. So, again, I'm just looking at this saying, how do you expect anybody to take this with a legitimate sense when it's just so crazy? So I don't know. I don't know. So I do like the background here that I've got going on the safety dock. So I could change my, as the show goes on, I always lose height. So just one of those things. It's kind of like with age there. I just fixed it. I love the fact that I can adjust the height on this microphone. I can go in and show. Look at this. I'm going to do this. Dun, dun, dun. I don't do that once. You can do that one time in a serious meeting. Everyone's like, oh my God, that's really cool. But if you do it after that, then they're like, what are you doing? Or like this. Whoa, that's really not appropriate for any meeting. But if you start a meeting like this, that sends a message right there. So, or if you just like participate the whole meeting like this. And they're like, there's a pumpkin on your head. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? I wouldn't have a pumpkin on my head. You're wearing a sombrero, but it's actually like just above your eyebrows. What are you talking about? It's crazy. Okay, now you have a cowboy hat. Same thing going on. It's not like at the top of your head. Now you're a graduate. What? Now you have a melon on your head. You have a towel. Just come out of the shower. I need your towel. My car just hit a water buffalo. What? Yeah, there. I'm going to want to talk to your investment trader. What is this? Look at this. Look at this. So, yeah, do a meeting like this. Just the whole meeting. And just don't call it out at all. See if anyone talks about it afterwards. What was he doing? So Christmas. It's actually not bad. I mean, it's UCAM 10. It's the overlay. Having a serious covers. Also, I get this. So Corey, back when I was teaching, like, I don't know, early 20s, I was in a school district, and I had a boom box with a CD player, and I had a CD with like 99 sound effects. And I remember we were having a conference call. I don't remember the whole context, but we were having a conference call with like another district or something, and it was like me and the school psychologist, and so she was kind of like me. She's kind of quirky, and anyway, like I would play some of these sound effects, and one was like a horse galloping by, and we wouldn't say anything on our side about it. And then these other people were like, at one point they said, is there like a horse going by, you guys? I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. We heard it though. We thought it was a year end, like this horse, or like you'd have something else like that would be. And we only did it like sparingly, and we never brought attention to it. So like they seriously were like, what is going on here? Like they didn't know if it's on their side. I'm sure they didn't think we were pranking them because we were pretty serious. But it was pretty cool. So yeah, like Dahle Gribble with his pocket sand. Look at Dahle. I remember going to Wisconsin Dells, and there was this guy, and I think I still have the cassette tape. I actually have a cassette tape player back there. And the guy could make, he was like the man of 1,000 sounds, kind of like on, I'm not going to keep doing the super chat here thing. So it doesn't seem to be working, by the way, but he could do like all these different sounds, and it was really cool. All these different sound effects. It's kind of like the guy in Police Academy. So, but it wasn't him, some other dude. But that was a pretty cool thing. So yeah. So interviews. So economy. Where was the show going? Holy smokes. I don't know about you guys. If you're more optimistic than I am, I'm a natural pessimist, and actually, the older I get, I just kind of Michael Winslow. That's a guy. Yeah. Yep. So there was this dude who kind of did the same shtick here in Wisconsin Dells at the Tommy Bartlett show. That's no longer in existence. But then, like as you're going out, you could buy the cassette. It was like $1.99 back in like 1980, like when I was there. So it was cool. Like I think I still have the cassette, and he did his performance, but I'm when you talk about the economy, man, and I'm a natural pessimist. So you got to really kind of convince me over from the dark side, right? Because I'm just like, I just think everyone's working against my best interest 100% of the time. And I'm just like, man, I just do not see the stock market. I don't see investments working in my favor outside of like fixed in. And then people always be like, well, if you're doing fixed, you're losing out on inflation. I'm like, I get that, but I'm willing to take the trade-off. Like I would rather take 4% up than 25% down. Right. Even if, or, in what if there's 25% up and you're 4% up, then we're both up. Like I'm okay with that. And seriously, in the past, that has never bothered me. Like, sure, like I owned a ton of AMD stock. AMD is the semiconductor, or what the hell, the hard drive or whatever for computers. And I owned a ton of that before 9/11, like 2,000 shares of AMD. And had I kept it 10 years, like it would have increased, 30, 40 times over what I had it. That was I went back up to where I bought it at eventually in a year, and I just got rid of it because after 9/11, everything just dropped. But 9/11 was a force majeure black swan event, right? Nobody anticipated that, I guess. And so no one was really planning for that. And then same thing with like the closures in what the hell was it in spring of 2020, another black swan. But this isn't a black swan. What's happening now, this whole entire 11 months of the economy just sliding. Like, that's not a black swan event. So this is different, right? If you do have a black swan, right? Boom. Small meteor hits Earth and takes out telecommunications, stock market drops and all this stuff. And then eventually gets rebuilt in 6 months. That's a black swan. What's happening now, though, is not like an event that was like this tight. A black swan is a really tight time frame event. 1 week, right? Or 1 day. That's not what's happening now. So Andrew's saying AMD was my first stock I bought in 2008. It crashed like 70%, broke even to spring of 2010. Yeah. So that, so AMD, it was big like in gaming units and stuff like that. So when I bought AMD, it was like $2 or $3 a share. So, but it's all, I don't know, it's up and down, like I was a day trader for, I don't know, half a year back in 1997, and back then it was really, I was on this desk. I was day trading, not in this house though. I still have to this day taped on this desk the fractions for stocks. So 1/64th is 0.0156. So you'd put in all your bids and sells, and you'd do fractional to 1/64th. It's taped on here to this day. It's kind of just a memory. So, back then it was really crazy stuff. You're trading. I had Ameriprise was my trading platform, which actually wasn't bad, through American Express Advisors, but Ameriprise. And, but that's the type of thing where it was like 24/7, because you'd have to be watching at night what was coming out for stocks and aftermarket releases and how they're trading in the foreign markets. So I remember my stockbroker was saying to me, he's like, this will be fun for you for like 6 months, and then you will never want to do this again. And I'm like, no, dude, like I'm young, like I'm having fun. And when my wife and I were married, we flew out to Vegas for honeymoon. And the morning we flew out, I put in a whole bunch of buy orders for stocks. And then I also had like sell orders, so they would close out their positions by the end of the day. And that day, like everything hit for the buy and everything hit for the sell. So that day was a big money day. I mean, a big money day isn't like maybe $400 or $500, but like in a day, like, 20 years ago, that was pretty darn good. But so like, it was so addictive. Like the first thing we did, we land and we got to the hotel, and then I called, because you couldn't go online to check it. What the hell? I had to call a number, like with Ameriprise, and then I go through your holdings are whatever. And then like this transacted at this, whatever. So I'm like, whoa, like what a great day here. We're in Vegas. Plus we have made this money off of these stocks. But yeah, other things just kind of went sour. I don't remember even this stuff that I held. I remember I held GE for way too long. Like when they sell you General Electric stock, they should also give you like an anchor, and not like an anchor for like a fishing boat, but here's an anchor. Here's an anchor for an aircraft carrier. And then they just hand it to you, and the anchor itself weighs like 40,000 pounds. You're like, shh. Like that's what it was like owning General Electric stock. Like the moment they're like, here, like, we'll sell it to you, but you have to like already start falling. Like, like you have to, you get used to this. So, that was wicked to hold, man. General Electric was absolutely horrible stock to own in the 90s and then of course they did the reverse split to make it look like it's worth more than what it is. But I'm like, how in the hell can a company that makes locomotives and ceiling fans and just seemingly everything be so awful? And but yeah, GE had its run, and scanners for cancer and all. I'm like, it seems pretty diversified, but GE just like died. It was just a horrible, horrible stock to own, and the dividend wasn't very good. And but those are the things that happen, right? Like you get into certain investments and they just kill you. Some other investments do pretty well, right? Like I think Prudential is a great stock. It's up like to 106 a share. I think it's going to go even higher, but I don't own it, by the way, so I'll just talk about that. But utilities, yes. Utilities are fighting an uphill battle with this ESG score and other stuff. Like the time for utilities outside of a water utility, like that might have some traction behind it. Um, but some of these stocks, you're just like, damn it. Like FedEx just got punched and, Microsoft is hammered down. IBM is hammered down. Amazon, because you could look at Amazon and say, well, Sears was rocking for 100 years, and is Amazon really like the next Sears? And then what will be the next Amazon? So, but there are certain things I look at in my portfolio. I'm like, this is done. This will never come back. This is cooked. Like other stuff, is doing kind of okay, but that's the thing where, I tend to be a dividend investor. So like if you take a pretty high dividend, there was a time when I owned a lot of these shipping stocks for these oil tankers. Like they would pay out like 15-20% a year in dividends. Well, hell, in 5 years, the stock pays for itself. And then if it goes to hell, who cares? You got a certain tax rate and stuff like that, but it only has to like survive for 5 years. And these things still exist today. They might drop down from $20 a share to $5 a share. It doesn't matter. Like it still pays as long as they don't cut the dividend. So I'm like, so there's this mentality on some of this stuff. And those were the best stocks I ever held. I don't know when I held those. I mean, it wasn't recent. It's probably 15 years ago, but I'm like, holy smokes. And there are stocks like that out there. There's some REITs out there right now, some real estate stocks. There's some higher paying energy stocks, right? As far as dividends. And I'm like, I only really need, first of all, this thing's been around for like 20, 30, 40 years, but I only really need it to like be the cash cow for 5 years. If it dies after that, then it does. And I'm even. So this will be fun for 6 months. You'll never want to hear that again. So, oh my goodness. Look at Ron Wayne here, the Kentucky Batman. So he's got you got to put a little bat logo up upon his icon there, like his avatar. He needs a Batman in there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just a really hard sell at this point on speculative investments, or the whole thing, where the financial advisor's like, well, if you look, let's look at a chart of like the last 100 years. I'm like, well, does that really make sense? And then the things, well, unfortunately the 60-40 is the worst market since 1934. I'm like, well then dude, like if it's the worst in 90 years, like, do you not understand that things are fundamentally changing? And at some point, like probably everything will be null and void. Like all currency will have like expiration date and stuff like this. But I'm like, I don't see where my tacit knowledge, I don't see where you have like all the special access to information that I don't have. I also own the internet, right? I have access to the internet. I know Ron Wayne. But I mean, I'm like, do you have access that nobody else out there has? Plus, like a lot of the stuff that you've told me about has not done well. So, it's just different today, right? Like it's like if you buy a sweatshirt off of you want to buy a sweatshirt, right? You can read 500 reviews on it and you can kind of get an idea. Oh, it's like 4.7. And here's like, you get a pretty good idea, or someone like does a YouTube video on it or, things like that. Or, before I bought our SUV, I watched a lot of YouTube videos where people reviewed it and stuff like that. So I had a pretty good idea going in. But I'm like, I'm looking and saying, dude, you don't have really much access to a better crystal ball than I have. So, all right. Thanks for being here, Corey. Appreciate it, buddy. This is for Corey. Oh, just wait a second, Corey. It's for Corey. Dun, dun, dun. Thanks, buddy. So, if it wouldn't confuse my subscribers, I'd add a bat to my thumbnail. All right. Look at this. One day you'll do like a bat themed show. So I have a couple bats flying around the back. So again, thanks for being here, Corey. Appreciate it, buddy. Look at this, Money Monday. That's actually a pretty good thing, Money Monday. So I just think it makes sense to talk about these things, right? And again, like my financial guy, like I said, dude, like I spend 10 hours a week, every week of my life, looking through certificate of deposit rates. I'm on Treasury Direct looking at all of the treasury rates for bills and notes. I know every auction for the last year. I know credit union rates. Dude, this is just part of my life, right? I know this, the fixed income side I've got down. So I get you're in the variable side, but if you move into my world, I can tell you, I can go toe to toe with you. I know this stuff. Then you get in the whole thing of you can do brokered CDs and brokered treasury notes. Yeah, you can, but that creates a whole issue of I don't really own it. Then it's held in the brokerage, which, the argument is, well, then you could sell it through the brokerage. If the market went down, it would be worth a premium. You could sell it for more. If the market for treasuries, if the market went up, you wanted to get higher paying treasuries, you could sell this and still have people be interested. I'm yeah, I get that, but that's not the way that I approach fixed investments. Like a CD, if you want to get out of 5-year certificate of deposit, you can pay a half year's interest and you can get out of it. And I've only done that a couple times. And the only time I've done that is when the CD rates have gone substantially up and I've just kind of refinanced my CDs at better paying rates. But I'm dude, this isn't appealing to me. So yeah, a brokered CD, I don't want to have to pay the fees to a brokerage to have the right to hold a certificate of deposit or a share certificate, right? I don't want to do that. Or a treasury. I can go I have my own Treasury Direct account, which costs me nothing with the federal government. Treasury Direct, which is kind of wonky and stuff like that, but it doesn't cost me anything. I can go in there and do whatever I need. It doesn't cost me a cent to buy a treasury note for 26 weeks, treasury bill, where it would cost me here. And then if I were to sell it, there'd be this other thing. And so look at this. Pagan is saying you could feature a bat holding a pistol and one claw on a drum. Now that would be interesting, Ron. I don't think anyone's really done that. So I want to see that, Bacon. You could sketch that out and send it to Ron. That is pretty good. An alt account. Yeah. So, oh my God, the Kentucky Batman. The Kentucky Batman is you. Forever you will be welded to that. That is an inseparable marriage, but it's a good thing. So you definitely want that. You want to keep expanding upon that. And I am the Kentucky Batman. Pretty some people just know you're a Kentucky Batman, and then there'll be this whole industry where you live be built around it, kind of like a Dahle would. They'll be like, this is a home of the Kentucky Batman. It's like Loretta Lynn had her place. It was kind of built more off a ghost. You're kind of not into that theme, but it's still people being it's a Kentucky Batman. People driving by. I don't know how comfortable you are with giving tours of your property or stuff like that. I guess you got to work all that stuff out, but got to talk to your insurance company. Got new liabilities, people coming on your property if you're in Kentucky Batman. But they're that's a Kentucky Batman. There's a big merchandising size to that. If you were to put up shirts, I don't know the bat thing. The whole Batman thing you have to be kind of careful with. But if you were the Kentucky Batman, that would sell. I would buy a sweatshirt with it said, I'm not the Kentucky Batman, but it would somehow have to identify Kentucky Batman on it. It's a whole market right there. The Kentucky Batman. So honestly, when I was writing book chapters for Philosophy of Information, when I had Chuck Mack from Pittsburgh on, And I don't know what I titled that as, but if I were to retitle that, I would retitle it as the Pittsburgh Batman, because he was kind of the Pittsburgh Batman at the time. But that doesn't have the same ring as Kentucky Batman. That's much better. So yeah, Kentucky Batman is really good. Bacon's got it here. A bat holding a pistol and a drumstick. So we just need an artist, which is not me, but that is the Kentucky Batman. And then see, when you get this account and you get on YouTube, you can follow, and then I'll get up to 1,260 subscribers. I tend to have very finite social media followings. Like in YouTube, what the hell do I have in YouTube? It literally is static for the last like 5 years. For Twitter, what is my all right. So what do I have on Twitter? I have 2,822 followers, which is like what I've had for the last 5 years. And now on YouTube, it has jumped up thanks to a lot of people, Bacon, DLD, but for the last 4 months, 1,250 subscribers or 56, boom, like right there. It's just unchanged. So I tend to have I reach these like very static thresholds for followers. And I don't know, I'm kind of like, it seems like it should be increasing, right? But it's not. So yeah, let me see here what we are at in real time. So the Kentucky Batman. So so last time I did consulting, I had Windows 7 on this machine, and I'd run into issues once in a while with that. So now I've got Windows 10, which should be a lot better. So I really need to bring the fourth monitor down here. 1,256 subscribers. Same as what it's been for the last like 3 months. So yeah, that is so let me check here. Dun, dun, dun. What the hell? This thing is being, what the hell? Just a second, guys. This is nutso. Just a second. I don't know. It's all crazy. So by the way, the image for tonight's show, the thumbnail, that's a picture of me wearing a tie and suspenders when I coached the conference champion 6th grade boys team at St. Mary's in 1991-92. We were 18-5 that year. First place. We also won the post-league conference tournament. So that was cool to do that. I still have both of those trophies down here. I donate all the other trophies, but I kept those two. The school gave them to me, and that was really a cool time with those guys to do that. So but yeah, so how many years ago would that be? 91, 92, 30 years ago. So yeah, 30 years ago. So School of Airs, by the way, has had it needs 4 more audiobook purchases from wherever you buy audiobooks, but this book is $10.99. Well, I mean, right on Barnes & Noble, like Audible always charges more. It's just a weird thing. I don't have any control. I charge $10.99 for a book. I narrated this book, and I own the rights to the audiobook. So, but anyway, with Spotify as my distributor, we are aiming for a certain number of books to sell, and we're within 4 audiobooks of hitting that threshold. which is a good thing because then it might mean that more marketing flows in, which is kind of the way that works. So I can, I'll just continue to, it's a good listen for $10.99, right? Again, I narrate it. It's all professionally put together, edited, leveled. Let me find out if we've sold any more of those. Where the hell it's Spotify, right? Which was really a great experience too. They're good to work with. And personal, like they get back to you. And there were a couple things when I initially submitted my audiobooks, like they had me change on the intro, not big stuff, but like you could only say certain things. Like this is the audiobook. No, I need 4 more, guys. I need 4 more audiobooks to sell here of School of Errors. So it's 4 more. I need 4 more before the end of the year. So hopefully, so, all right. We're not done with the show yet, but just wait. But all right, here's Ron Wayne at Halloween.
Holy shit, a ghost.
Ooh.
Do you mind moving out of the way? You're blocking the TV.
Oh, shit. Sorry, man.
It's okay. Thank you.
All right, that was Ron Wayne when he saw a ghost. So pretty together, it's like it's ghosts. We're blocking TV. So I'm watching Gold Prospectors Alaska with Tom Massey. So Tom and Perry Massey. Just move over to the side a little bit. I'm okay if you're here. Not really big into haunted houses. So that's Ron Wayne. So this is bacon. Can't even remember the last time I had strawberry. Yeah, God, it's for me. I have no idea. Wonder what spirit would go best with it. I have to go shopping. I have to pick up some vitamins. I have to pick up like vitamin C. Vitamin C and D3 because like this, sun and winter or summer I'm out all the time, like getting all this sun and winter just doesn't happen. But there's my book, by the way. And a ton of places you can find it. $10.99. So when I look, like the book shows up in other countries quite a bit. Germany, it's pretty big. Audiobook sales coming from overseas is pretty big. So I just brought up one of the interfaces. Holy smokes! Look at this. It is our good friend Spam Bot Fodder. Thank you so much. Canadian $10, which I don't know the transfer rate on that, but that's awesome, buddy. Go get some Guinness. We'll tell you what. This is an empty one right here. This is a Guinness Extra Stout. It's on sale for $7.44 for a 4-pack today, 4 bottles. This stuff is very good. So yeah, look at that. A $10 super chat here from our good friend Spambot Fodder. So much appreciated. You've been also very generous in your knowledge here to the Safety Doc, which I appreciate. So look at this here. Spambot is going to get a special. We're going to do this for Spambot. We're also going to give him the maracas, doing the downpour here. We're going to give him yeah, man. Look at this. Spambot. Thanks. Guinness. Good. So we're going to give him a wow. All right. And we're going to give him the fist punch right there. It's like good job, buddy. Thanks. So, wow. Thanks, buddy. It's cool. Spambot. Super chat. So, I can't get that off. Oh, there it is. Dun 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 dun, dun spam bot fodder. All right, look at this. Ooh. I thought about doing a show. Well, think about 750 US. Look at it. I appreciate it. Thanks. Very cool. Very cool. I'm thinking about doing a show, and the thing is, like, I know there's going to be pushback on this, but I've seen a lot of these people. I've seen a lot of content creators do shows where it's the pandemic amnesty, right? So they show themselves as like this person, and like, and they sit over here and they go back and forth, like. And I'm like, you know what? I think I could do an awesome pandemic amnesty as like a kind of the school administrator side of saying, oh, like, you weren't supposed to have, you had schools, but you disinfected the high contact areas. And then be like, and then I'd show like somebody else of, well, how did you, so we disinfected the high contact areas. Well, how did you find those? Like, what were they? Were you using an app like Solocator to like document like 4 times a day of disinfecting the door handles? Well, no. Then like, how about the playgrounds? And, like, how about the sun? And, just, were you measuring I kind of thought this out in my mind, and no, I've never seen anybody do the school angle on that pandemic amnesty. If you had to cancel school, but yet you let certain students, or your sports team was playing, but your school was canceled in person. Yeah. But I think I could do like a 5-minute, 3 to 5, well, that would be pretty interesting, but at the same time, I don't, right. There's also a gamble. You roll the dice and you do that as a university, role and stuff like that. But I think I could have a pretty tactful, pretty interesting way, right, of saying, shutting down the state parks and not letting people get out and get exercise. Yeah, well, we didn't know at that time, and keeping people in their houses, and just to I think the title would be like pandemic amnesty, and then I have the receipts. And I would keep going back because I have 471 citations, so it'd be also kind of like a book promo, and I'd be going back in the book and saying, yeah, but you know what, like Bellevue, Washington, their police department put up a website to report people of gatherings with 5 or more. Was that really a good use of resources when half of the police force was told to stay home, and there could be accidents or other things? Was it really to investigate if there was a barbecue going on, or some people got together and distributed groceries because one person shopped? I think I could keep coming back and saying, oh, I've got the receipts. Like I've got the, but AOC said that we should have truth and reconciliation. Here in December of 2020. Here's and here's the citation to it. Which really involves punishing people from a government perspective for not doing certain things. And so that. So the thing is, like, I think I could keep coming. I could just keep going back to the book, and so it would be kind of a book promo. And then I think it could also be, I've just watched these. Kate Wand did a really good one, and I emailed her a couple days ago, and she emailed me back. And but I think I could do a really good one. So I'd probably have to shoot it from the same mic angle, unless I set up my camcorder. But then I'd have one where I'd be like me, the doc. Another one, I'd have like sunglasses on, like a stocking hat. And I'd be like, like a doc relative. Right. And then it would probably be best if I shot that with the camcorder and like aimed it over toward the fireplace. And or something where I still had the guitar in the background. That would have to be like the focal point. So I'd have to be like sitting over by the guitar or something, like in a different chair. And then I'd be like, yeah, you know what, Bo, but then this angle would have to be a little bit different. So I don't know. I'd have to figure it out how to make it work. But because it is, if I just did it solely record it like with this angle, like I don't think it'd have the same effect. I think it has to be 2 angles. So I might end up doing the whole thing on a webcam, or on my my camcorder, but I could swing the mic around and I could have the mic like as if I was sitting in two different spots. That might be it. But I think it'd be really funny. And I think it could go pretty viral, but I'm not sure if like the risk reward is worth it on that. But yeah, I've been thinking about it, like, well, we had no idea like in schools. I'm like, yeah, but like schools can measure for mold and they have the technology to measure for this, right? No one really brought them in though. Yeah, well, that's looking, and then like, well, schools got all this money to, the government was looking out for schools to keep safe and to get school kids back. I'm like, yeah, but the schools weren't asked to, the schools didn't have to maintain a chart of accounts for how they spent the money. And this school, Whitewater, Wisconsin, put in a football field with their artificial turf and used these pandemic dollars and said, we wouldn't get it any other way, so we're going to use these dollars. And that's right out of an article, right? But you could bring in these things, right, of saying, and I think like if you had like 10 of those, and you could have this back and forth conversation and do like a 5-minute skit, it would be pretty incredible, right? So yeah. Okay. So we've learned lessons from that. So we're doing things a lot differently. Like there were, $1 billion in school referendums passed in Wisconsin in November. Those building plans don't include better HVAC systems than they did before 2019. And they don't also, so you could kind of come at these things, and they don't include like more sinks and hand washing areas. And so like, are we designing things differently based upon this, or anyway. Yeah, it is good. Extra stout is good. I've kind of like these lemony beers, like there's a good Potosi, which is a regional, well, it says our state Potosi lemon ale or something, but it's kind of like more a summer beer. It's hard to find now. And I'm just kind of like a stout. I just like stout. And the lemony stuff can kind of get a little, I don't know. If I'm really active and I'm doing a lot of stuff like outdoors, it's cool. It's fine. Otherwise, it gets too sugary, too sweet for me. If it's just like this time of year. Look at this, Andrew. They made it all up, Doc. Oh my goodness. But I think these things of it wouldn't take me long to point out, like our neighboring district of Baraboo held school with their windows open in winter for ventilation. Told kids to wear their winter jackets. So like I could switch out between scenes and put a winter jacket on and say, in class. I mean, not to, but I think these things, again, Velocity of Information does a great job of archiving stuff that people refuse to believe existed 2 years ago. The book has the receipts. And but they also have Circus World for the Ringling Brothers Circus, and they were willing to get tents and set them up outside in January and February so kids could learn outside in tents. So you're socially distant. Like none of this stuff makes sense, right? So you're weakening kids technically, maybe immune, but you're teaching outside in the cold, and I mean, jeez. So that happened. It's 20 miles from me, less than 20 miles. But this whole thing, right, of doing that. And then I have a lot of footage too from when my daughter and I went out. So like I could cut things in, like not with her, but just like of these places, like these playgrounds with all the tape around. Like, so like, taking down the basketball hoop made people safer. So they couldn't go out and play basketball and get exercise. But yeah, then they could be within 3 feet. But okay, but you could go to a store, a big box store, and you'd be waiting in line next to people or passing people in aisles. And then, yeah, so I think I could do a really good job at it. I know there's a big risk to doing that. The beer I've been getting, this is bacon since it's not too far away. Sierra Nevada Company Norwal Imperial Stout, $12 for a 6-pack. And they clock it. 10.5. That's really good. Serious bang for your buck. That is really good. Yeah. It's hard to find anything that's up around 10% ABV. So alcohol by volume. So yeah. What is this? 5.6. So yeah. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. So I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. If I should do if I should actually put the time in and to do a show of pandemic amnesty. I'd have to change the word amnesty because I probably would get, reconciliation or whatever, or not reconciliation. And then but the second part would be, I have the receipts. And then of course I'm just going back through, and it would be good book promo. I think, like, going back through the book and say, the state of New Mexico was doing a lottery. So if you were willing to participate in this, they were giving you lottery tickets. Does that say, you were getting a Krispy Kreme would give you a donut, and like there was a marijuana dispensary, it would give you a joint, and I mean, all this stuff's in my book, right? So be like, yeah, I don't know, man. Do you remember the day you woke up as essential or non-essential? Like, what did that mean to you? Well, well, that didn't really have an impact on people. Well, I don't know, because there was Carl Mankey in Ossawa, Michigan. He was a barber, and he was shut down, and couldn't pay his mortgage, and so he opened up again, and then the other person always be pretty doubting. Well, I don't know if that really happened. Well, no. I got it's cited here. I've got the receipts. Got the receipt. Got 471 endnotes. That was one of the things in the book I cited. And there were playgrounds, right, that were, playgrounds were marked or taped off, and they were taking down basketball hoops. Well, yeah, that might have happened in one place. I'm like, oh no, like here's a photo, and you know what? I've actually got a whole SD card with photos of that, and it's in the book here. Here's this. It did happen. No, it did happen. Yeah, it wasn't just something people talked about. It did happen. So I think that could be a really fascinating kind of YouTube, like parody thing. And again, I've seen a lot of these, and they're all pretty good, but like none of them would have the book where I could keep going back and say, nah. Remember when they sent the USS Comfort, and it was in New York for, the whole pandemic? Yeah, I don't know about if it was there the whole pandemic. It showed up, and then it left on a certain date. And actually, like in the book, Brian Bowden watched it when it sailed away. And he took a picture. He took a video. And here's the date that it left. And people will be like, so, I mean, you could go back and I'd have to play like oh my God, like, I thought it was, whatever. I guess they need it somewhere else. I'm like, yeah, the thing is, it didn't go anywhere else. It just went back to where it was before. And it's also weird because they don't bring it out when there's a hurricane that hits Florida. They don't bring the USS Comfort into some of the ports for short-term support for medical. They don't do that, right? So, interesting. But I don't know. I'm feeling kind of punchy. I think it would be really fun to do. So yeah, no one is willing to jump on the ship here with me and say, go for it, Doc. A lot of you are like, that's a bad idea, man. That's a career ender for you. So I don't think it would be if I kept it toward the book and just went back and forth with stuff that was kind of in the book. So yeah. Who makes Edge? This is Bacon. 211 always gave me a headache, this Jim. So I'm a fan of melatonin at night. I'm actually a fan of Doritos too, but I gotta watch my Dorito intake because a bag of Doritos doesn't take long to mash down. Damn, I leave for a while. When I come back, Doc is letting his hair down and drinking beer on the show. Well, it wasn't drinking beer. show. I was just showing beer on the show, but he had already been cursing. Next to me, yeah, I won't be smoking. I don't have any cigarettes or cigars, but wow, transformation of the Coop side will be complete. So Coop, one thing I was thinking is I think I could do a really cool, like 5-minute one of these pandemic amnesty videos, that came out in the Atlantic, of saying we should just have amnesty, right? People didn't know any better. And I could be playing it from like the off of my book of, someone saying, oh, like, this whole is, thing of essential, non-essential. Yeah. Some people, I'm like, well, no, it's right here. It's documented in the book. And, but I think I could come back and keep saying no. And it would be like the receipts, right? That would be like the theme of the parody would be the receipts. No, it's right here. It's end note 81 in chapter 4. Oh, like people, people didn't have to work long at, home for long. And that was all a good thing. I'm like, yeah, you know what though? It wasn't. Here's Redline VR in Chicago, and the owner, people were knocking his door because they were going kind of nuts at their house because they didn't have good Wi-Fi and they couldn't get out anywhere. So like they were offering him like $15 a day to like come in and like work there. So I'm like, it really messed up people's lives. And I'm like, he actually put this ad out and people were coming in. And so like, I just think I could play this person, me as like the author of just like coming back and like, this is actually got a picture of that, here's the citation for this. And so this whole thing of the receipts, right? And again, like, oh, like everything ended okay though. I'm like, well, not really. Like, remember, like AOC was asking for truth and reconciliation in December of 2020. And actually, here's the site, site number 10 here. So that existed like that. Oh, so that wouldn't have been a bad thing. I'm like, well, actually, yeah, it probably would have been like a truth and reconciliation hearing, people. So I don't know. I'm tempted. I'm very tempted. So could be some promo. What in the world is happening here with this? So crazy spam bots. Yeah, sometimes I kind of get fired up. Today's one of those, although like the fire's kind of going out, but in the show will probably wind up here. But I do want to do a show or kind of talk about some of the financial stuff, because I'm not a big believer in financial advisors. And, maybe Chad and I can get into that when we come on this whole digital currency thing. If first of all, like he hasn't agreed to that. I've never even run the idea past him, but I'm assuming like he will come on the show. But it's one of those things where if you can, it's like kind of car maintenance, changing your own brake pads. Like if you know how to do it, then do it. And like if I change the brake pads versus like the mechanic, there's no special knowledge or equipment the mechanic probably has that I can't replicate. Now, right, there can be more sophisticated diagnostic things that I can't do, but there's some, this whole macro level of how the stock market works and investments and things, like there's no way that my advisor has more access to accurate information than I have. There's just that just logically doesn't make sense that they have the pulse on what is happening at a macro scale. I mean, this is the same dude who told me with confidence the Dow would be 40,000 at the end of the year. So that is not happening. But, I get the same data that's out there as everybody else. I can go to a store. I can see what's happening. I have friends across the world who inform me from other countries what is happening there. I know how the elections turned out, right? So I am just like, what outside of an alien coming down and introducing some, miracle technology and stuff that you have ins on through the brokerage there. What are you coming up with? What crystal ball do you have that Bacon and Jim and Coop that we don't have from just going out in a day and understanding, like, the auto place says Napa's saying this is 2 weeks to get this part in, or the grocery store's been out of canning salt for 4 months, or Home Depot is putting an addition on the back because they have all this extra, stock of grills and all this stuff versus like me. And again, so the dude that delivers my firewood, this guy he's like a high dividend investor. I mean, like, he buys stuff, it's got to have like a 15% dividend or higher. So like, that's kind of living on the edge because some of that stuff can go sideways really fast. But he does his due diligence. He does really well. Because he'll share like his stuff with me and be like, dude, this is what I'm getting. But I'm kind of like looking at some of this stuff saying, if that's a game you want to play for some of your finances, if that's where you want to go in and you can get like 10% dividend or 15, that only has to be successful for you for like 6-7 years, and you're even if it goes to zero, which it probably won't. Like, that tanker company is still transporting oil out there, and Enbridge, which pays I think 7% dividend, is still pumping fuel in northern Wisconsin and Canada and stuff. I mean, like, your break even on that gets very narrow, and then after that, it's pure profit, man. Yeah, it's kind of like an up and down thing, but like you shorten your window of exposure. But if you're trying to play that game with a dividend stock, like it's giving you like 2% a year, like that's a long game, especially if you're paying an advisor, because they're taking like a certain percentage off of whatever your whole is that you have investments every quarter. They take a certain percentage. That's kind of the last straw for me. I'm like, I am not paying anybody. I'll pay people for advice, pay my CPA for advice on an hourly basis, but I will not pay someone to hover over my money. And just as all boats, all rising waters rise all boats. So if you're in that advisor thing, like, it goes up, you look great because everything's going up. If it goes down, and you still take your cut. I mean, I just don't get it. I'm just, it's not me. So Coop is saying a big C-clamp to compress the piston and brakes are easy. Drum brakes are a pain in the ass. Yeah, no drum brakes, only disc. The thing is, I don't drive enough, so like my disc rust on my car because I put on 6,000 miles a year. This year I probably put on less than that. So like I've got to drive just to get the rust off of the brakes. So Christ, I probably haven't driven my car in 3 weeks. No, last time I drove my car would have been on election day. So yeah. So I mean, I don't. It's almost a thing where like I got to drive it enough to run the gas through it so the gas doesn't go bad. I just do not drive anymore. I don't need to do it. I'm close by. I can walk to kind of what I need and stuff like that. And but yeah. So my vehicle's 5 years old. I got like 32,000 miles on it, and probably half those are the first year. So Jim is like, I can do 9.5. Good, man. Great. So, yeah. One of the things I'm going to spend more money on this upcoming year is I'm going to invest in, look, it's a Kentucky Batman. Holy smokes. That's high stakes. You can make a lot of money, but you can also lose a lot of money. But the Kentucky Batman, look at this. I am investing more into car detailing soaps. I mean, that I do myself, right? Just for my vehicles. because I really like a nice, very thick lather soap. So like from Griot's Garage. And then I think I'm going to get a little, there's a Dahle that they sell, but it's a detailing Dahle. So you sit on it and you can work your way around the vehicle. Now that I have the concrete slab, I can do that. Like I've got room to move around the vehicle, and be on concrete, right? Not grass. But because for me, it's kind of like cathartic. It's almost therapy, right? To sit out there in the sun and just spend the whole day, get up in the morning when it's like in summer and work on a vehicle. That's cathartic. I love doing that and detailing it. So, so what I'm thinking of doing is there's this dolly you sit on, and then you can like do the side panels in the front and spend more time detailing. Because otherwise, I'm bending down and stuff, and that's okay. But like, I'm like, oh, like this will be pretty cool. Like I could, put in the garage in summer, put downstairs in winter, and then I want to get better detailing stuff for my vehicles. So I want to invest a little bit more into that. But because I'm doing all the detailing, right, it's kind of a cost positive because the vehicles last longer, and again, it's kind of just a therapeutic. It's very cathartic. There's very few things that I do or have done in my life that have a definite start and end. Like when you're in school administration, you don't have a start and end to any project. It's always like ongoing and twisting and turning, and people are angry and complaining and whatever. And where like if you go out in the morning, you're like, okay, I'll wash the vehicle twice. I will vacuum it. I will detail the inside. Then I will put on one coat of wax, and then I will put on another coat of wax. Like then it's done, and I'll do the windows and shine up the tires. And then it's there, and I took a picture of it. It's really shiny, and I'm like, boom, it's done. I accomplished that. It's a start and end. And like I need that in my life. Like it's like biking too. Like boom, I will start and I will end this trek. And so that really, I had so much in my life that wasn't that, right? So when you have the opportunity to do these things, which are start and finish, I think it's just psychologically good for you. Stuff like that. Stuff like that as a solid cash business stock. Yeah, cool. Very good. And like I said, I've been detailing out vehicles ever since I had, my Plymouth Duster. Well, before that, like I was detailing out my parents' vehicles, spending a lot of time on that. But I really I have like the micro tools to get in between, the vents and stuff like that. Like I will spend a lot of time. But again, to me, it's a cathartic process. And again, I'm preserving my assets. We park our vehicles inside the garage. So, but I'm preserving, my investments. And that was one thing, like, our vehicle that we sold, it was 15 years. Like the dude said, this is really in great shape. I'm like, well, yeah, because I repainted this panel and I did this and whatever. And, it's not all perfect, but it's like really well maintained. I use a tractor seat dolly when detailing. Has a place for polish and frags. Cool. I'll have to look into that. So the one I'm looking at is they always send me these. I bought like from them once, and they send me these really nice catalogs. I'm like, God, this catalog's got to be like $2-3 at least. And you're really having high hopes that I will continue to purchase from you. I probably will. All right, I'm trying to find it here. What? How can I type in detail Dahle and get 6 pages of stuff? So Gratz Garage is I think really good. A detailing apron. No, not going there. What the hell? There's a lot of stuff on here that's kind of useless. Let's check their website out. Grot's Garage. I like this site. This is the one where I got the little touch-up sticks for my paint. It's really good. But I thought there's a Dahle on here. So detailing. Yeah, these little swabs. I got those, but I don't need any cart. Yeah, I would never use this stuff. It's weird because like it's like the first thing in the catalog. Well, what the hell? Oh, industrial nitrile gloves. Like I use those quite a bit now. I never did when I was younger, but when I detail, I typically will wear after I'm done on the washing side. I'll use gloves so I don't mark up with fingerprints and things like that. And in summer though, you sweat like crazy. Your hands sweat like nuts in those. So I don't know. I'm pretty let down that I can't find this. So anyway, it's a Dahle you sit on and detail. Sent you the link. Okay. Good, Jim. Gratz is good. Yeah, it is. Okay, to check that out because now, like I'm always like I would spend more time on this, but I don't want to be bent over like detailing out the bottom of the car. And my car sits like my car is like 4 inches off the ground, so but the SUV is a little higher, but you could always bribe the neighborhood kid to detail work for a bag of Arby's. Yeah, the thing is that wouldn't work. My neighborhood kids, this is a wealthy neighborhood. I'm not saying the doc's wealthy. I'm saying I live in like the Cabana. I'm like that's where the help lives. They look at my house, but like the neighborhood kids here are very well to do. So they won't you won't be bribing them with I don't think anything. Not that they're bad kids, but they are very well off. So they're the kind of kids that turn 16 and a $100,000 vehicle shows up in the driveway. So yes, yeah. Again, I have the Cabana kind of sandwiched in that area. So which I'm fine with, but I remember when the guy came in and did our concrete, he said, cause I said, I'll pay you. Don't worry. Like I'll pay half down. And then like when the job's done. And he looked at me and he said, dude, if you live in this neighborhood, I completely believe you're going to pay me cause right. Everybody in this neighborhood typically this is the wealthier part of town. And I was like kind of taken back by that. Cause I'm like, well, but my house like isn't in this. I'm like an island in this cluster, right? But that's exactly what he said. Like I have no doubt. Like so. But then I did. Boom, paid him, and then like cut him a check like when it was done. So good guy. So I was admiring the concrete today. Again, like it's when you put the seams in it, which I'm sure there's a technical term for how they do that and all this, whatever. But so the concrete now, because it was 3 degrees yesterday, like everything's split down the seams because I could tell like the last because like 1/4 inch up to the house where the cracks would come through, which is all like what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to split. That's why they put those seams in there every 10 feet. So everything's split, boom, 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 right on the seams. So it looks great, like perfect. So Doc needs a French maid outfit for deals. Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to benefit anybody in our neighborhood. They would probably throw money to put clothes back on or bring clothes and say wear this. So yeah, I am. I don't even mow my lawn shirtless anymore. And the only reason I would do that is to get the sun the tan to kind of level out the tan and get the vitamin D. I mean, I looked at it as a pure scientific thing where I'm like, I need, surface area here, more vitamin D. And that kind of, I haven't done that in the last 3-4 years. I think because my wife and kids would kind of be like, no one wants to see old man out there shirtless mowing the lawn. I'm like, well, I'm not putting on a show for anybody. I need vitamin D. It's survival. And so you're misinterpreting the whole purpose of this. It's when I bike, right? I sleeveless and then all of that. I'm like, I need the sun. That's how the solar machine works here. So I'm not putting on a show for anybody. It's pure sun. It's photosynthesis is how the dock operates. And you don't understand that. The F is in the garbage. We work for minimum or Red Robin. That's hilarious. Yeah. So it's like, it's just, I don't know. It's just like, so my kids, like, their friends who live in the neighborhood, like they all have big pools, out in there. So be like, we're going down to whatever, like this big outdoor pool and like a water feature and like a grill and stuff. And I'm like, well, that's cool. Like that's all awesome. Like I don't even have room for that where I live, but I mean, then they're good people. They're nice friends and all that. But I mean, holy smokes. Like I grew up, I didn't have one friend that had a pool, much less like you go down the road and every one of your friends has a huge pool with all these like stuff outside there. It's good for you because we're not paying the bill on the maintaining the pool and stuff. And you just get to be a good friend. Right. So, but, so right, yeah, I know. I'm thinking I'm really into the Dahle seat now. I'm gonna do that. So I had some Biss tell me to put my shirt back on like 15 years ago mowing the lawn. That is Cannonball Run, right? Jackie Gleason. So yeah, I've had nobody say that outside of my own family. And I'm like, and again, I'm not in that bad of shape, but I mean, it is a sun thing, and half of our lawn is in the backyard. But I fully believe in the, sunlight and your ability to make vitamin D and tan. I don't burn. Remember that? Like, my tan. And, so I'm always wearing like sleeveless shirts in summer. And, I'm in pretty good shape. So I don't, the age, and I'm like, who cares? I don't care. I'm not offending anybody. I'm not like grotesquely unkept that I can't wear a sleeveless shirt, but so and in summer I'm in great shape. Like that is my time. Jim is a year older than I am, so I'll catch up to you. In his defense, you are not wearing pants either. Oh my goodness, Jim. So yeah, that is hilarious. Doc just got tired of women setting up lawn chairs and cheering him on. Yeah. Funny stuff, man. Although, like, I was in like great shape, probably from like 2014 to 2016. But as I said, you also look at the studies for like multiple sclerosis, and the further you get from the equator, the higher the rates are. And so where I'm at, like, it's higher. So I am a believer of this whole access to sun and vitamin D and stuff like that. So, I just look at this here, a gun and flip flops. So my shoes are literally so bad that the soles have separated out, and I glued them several times, but like my Keen, the shoes I use when I mow and stuff, I've got to replace. I don't like wearing boots necessarily when I mow, but I do like wearing a kind of heavier shoe because like when I weed whack and stuff, if I accidentally like weed whack the shoe, I don't want to take off a toe. But I got to do something there but yeah, it's not because I don't want boots, right? Because I just have like, it looks really weird when you do that then in summer, because I'm not mowing. I typically just wear shorts and shoes and a shirt, but not pants. that makes any sense. But Clarius, those shoes, Andrew, I should take a picture of those before I actually like throw them out, which will probably be sometime next year. I've had them for like probably 12 years, and I mean, probably walked thousands of miles in those, but there's really nothing that can be done at this point. I've got to replace those, but I will move. I've got another pair which will move into the on deck circle, but yeah, you know what's amazing, so like the shoes I have on, by the way, I've had these a year. Remember, I don't tie my shoes. So these are Hoka's, and I didn't even know these things existed. But I mean, so I've put a ton of miles on these. These are 12 wides. So they look like Bobos. So anyone who's been in prison, Bobos are prison shoes. And people have told me that. Those look just like Bobo. Are those Bobos? You've been in prison? I'm like, well I plead the fifth. But I thought when I got these, I'm like, oh God, the toe's going to rip out of these. So you can see like, it's just this mesh, the thin mesh. And then there's this these things look like the day that I bought them. I've worn these for, I've worn these for a year or two, probably 1,000 miles. I mean, they're worn. There's not a hint of anything wearing through this. That's all 3D printed stuff. It's amazing. Like, I love these shoes. I wear them all the time. These are my silver sneakers, right? Which is kind of the thing where you can, if you're over 50, you can get into a health club for a discount. But these things are awesome. And there's this 3D printed fabric and like, I'm not like, I've worn these shoes out, doing stuff, picking up this, cutting sticks, cutting brush. And so, but it's because that's the thing. Like I have a lot of shoes where they would just wear out in the toes, but these are really incredible. I would recommend those Hoka to anybody. They've really been worth the money. So my Bobos. So yeah, in summer I wear at the military surplus store. I got a Desert Storm era long sleeve. What the hell is it? Shirt. Well, this is a button. It's not really a jacket because it's not insulated. So I don't know what you exactly call it, but so basically like a top you would wear that's long sleeve if you were in Iraq in summer. And everyone knows what I'm talking about, even though I have no idea how to describe it. But yeah, blouse is it. Andrew, you got it. It's a blouse, right? Yeah. It's Booze and Buddies here with Tom Hanks. That is exactly what I'm describing. So, and so that is what I wear if I'm doing anything out in This is hilarious. So, and that's heavy, cotton. So that holds up, right? So that's what I use when I am, and I've had that thing for like 10 years. And then it shows no wear, right? I bought it from the military surplus store, and but in winter I wear this. What the hell is it? I think it's a caterpillar jacket, and I bought that at a the hell was it? A discount place. God, it's a place that sells a discount suits. You know what I'm talking about? But anyway, they had this rack of these coats, and there's no defect on it. It's perfect. And I got it for probably like $40. And the thing was easily probably like a $200-$300 coat. It's got like a liner in it, but it's like this heavy denim, and it's got like a place you can put your pen on the sleeve and stuff like that. But that's like my winter coat when I snow blow and stuff like that. Of course, I got my navy pea coat, which is 20 years old. But that's like my rotation. Like those never wear. Like those are always, and if they do, there's a little bit I take care of them. But that is really, that's it. And then I was thinking, I have my American Giant hooded sweatshirts, which I bought 2 years ago, which are awesome. Like I wear those in winter, but I rotate kind of every other day, my blue and my gray. But I really should bring in like another one in the rotation because I wear those so much. And then just kind of like, so I was checking their website out tonight. They've gone up in price, which is expected. Hopefully quality's still there, but they're out of the red. So I'm going to wait. But we did have shoelaces in prison. Yeah. So Larry Lawton was telling me that. So it was Larry Lawton, America's Biggest Jewel Thief, who I interviewed on the show, but where I kind of do the Bobos thing. So, or else people will be like, are those orthotics? Or, what's the deal? Like I mean, it's because I just like them. I mean, but it's kind of weird because it becomes an issue for other people. Why don't you tie your shoes? I'm like, why don't you piss off? Like, I don't have my shoes tied. What does it matter to you? So I have swollen foot syndrome. Oh, is that an accident? Like, we're not having this conversation. I just don't like to tie my shoes. I'm fine. It's kind of my thing. I get to do this. Like, I'm an adult. I don't have to justify to you why I'm not tying my shoes. They're neat. And, I guess I'm sorry this is a problem for you. Like, Hulkamania muscle shirt. So that is, oh my God, that's funny. Jim. Yeah, it's not woodland camouflage. It's the desert. It's the sand camouflage. So then my neighbors think of, because I wear my USS Indianapolis baseball hat, which I bought on vacation like 20 years ago, and I just wear it outside. And so, but people are always thinking I'm in the post-military. I'm a veteran, but I never claim like false valor. I never do that. But so my one neighbor across there we go. Camera's out of focus for a minute. But when I moved here, my neighbor across the road, he was ex-Navy, and he was getting dementia onset and stuff like that. And when I would work in the yard, like occasionally I go over and like edge their yard, talk to him stuff. And the dude was convinced, because it was USS Indianapolis. He knew about the Indianapolis sinking, the sharks. Like it's kind of what Jaws, like the one dude in Jaws, like is on Indianapolis and the sharks. That was a story, the backstory where the sharks were eating the sailors. So this dude was like, so the guy was like, man, it was like horrible with the sharks and all that. I'm like, yeah, but okay, that wasn't me. By the way, like, I was born 25 years after that happened, but this was like, he was convinced, like he was always like, oh man, like you were on the Indianapolis, a horrible story. And I'm like, yeah, that wasn't me though. Just wearing the hat. This is what a hat would I work out, but not work out when I work outside. But yeah, I'm pretty sure most people in our neighborhood think I'm probably a veteran, because I do have that military stuff that I wear, just because I think it's the rugged quality, right, to do that stuff outside. I'm not going to wear a cotton sweatshirt when I'm out in the sticks at the back of my yard. I mean, that'd be all ripped up and stuff like that. So, spoiler alert. Look at this. Bacon. Don't let them shame you for the shoes you have to tie dye. It's all I wear these days. Yeah. It's kind of funny. And I don't know. I think it's funny because, I mean, personally, like it's kind of like an Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption. I don't look at anybody's shoes, and I don't really care. But yeah. So I've had people ask, are they orthotics, right? Are they Bobos? Are you, I'm like, they're Hoka 7s. Are they running shoes? I'm like, oh, I've run in them. I'm not running in them now. So what are they? I'm like, they're shoes. I'm like, do you have shoes? I'm like, I'm like, they're exactly like shoes. That's what they are. Oh my God. So there's a problem with lacing them? I'm like, there's no problem. They're fine. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, no, it's really weird. It's really weird. So, I've got to know though some of the people that are festival foods. I kind of go back to festival foods. There we go. Because now it's really like my 2 times a week I go there for lunch, and not eat lunch there, but grab my lunch from the hot bar. You kind of get to know like the people like a little bit, because some of it's kind of static. It doesn't change. And so I kind of get to know these people too. Like, so I'm like, hey, have a great day. Like, Packers won, or give a high five, little fist bump to some people, shake their hands, stuff like that. They don't really know who I am, like, but they're like, that's a guy who comes in the buffet twice a week. Hell of a nice guy. Doc needs a bearskin hat, like the Royal Guards wear. Wow. Yeah. I had a friend of mine who was on the USS Fox and got me a hat, and it had a Navy hat, and had the emblem on the bill of it too, like the gold leaf. And I never wear that because it's just a really cool hat. So that doesn't make it, it's really cool hat. So you never wear it. Right. Exactly. But I would actually like to display it. I should probably put it back where the guitar is, like where the goat is. But I don't know how to display a hat, if you just set it there, or if there's like something that actually holds it. But that'd be a pretty good display item. Although it doesn't really like fit the theme over there then. And then everyone would be like, were you in the Navy? So I guess there's no winning that game. I could put a pair of my Bobos over there, but I looked, and I mean, it's okay. Like all this, it's really good. Actually, the background is really good, and people will comment on it and say, but I do think like over by the guitar, the goat needs to change. And I don't know kind of what to put there. So I got to think that out a little bit, or just leave the goat. Because if I've got a book stand, but like I've only written 2 books, so like I don't want to put somebody else's book over there. So I don't know. I don't want to really put a picture necessarily. So just don't stand under ceiling fans. I like, is that a scissors, or is that a motorcycle, or I don't know what the small image these days. So there's 2 cactuses. Ron Wayne from Bacon. One that Matt, he's the bearskin rug in front of his. So didn't TJ Martinell have a bearskin rug? I think he did. So I have a show which I'm working on. And it'll have to be a premiere, because it's I'm trying to, if you don't use these skills, you lose them. And I have to go back with my editing software, and I want to do a show on, I started to build it out already. The 7 things you have to do correctly for a school safety exercise, something like that. I don't know. I got a better title on it, but, and it's what I teach in my classes. Like, it's communications, it's understanding the perimeter of the scene, staging your assets, and whatever. There's like 7 things. And every time I teach it, it's like splitting the atom. Like, people are like, holy smokes, like, this is awesome. No one ever told me this. I'd be like, yeah, okay, it's good. It's really good stuff. But I'm like, this is actually what you should put in your board minutes, and this is what you should put on your website and whatever. And so like tomorrow, our school district is doing the kids go to school, they're doing an intruder drill, and so I send this thing home. But I'm like, okay, I get that, but you also need to tell me what you're measuring tomorrow. Are you measuring your 2-way radio communications? Are you measuring your protocols, or how you stage assets? I mean, what your response time is. Like, so like I have 7 things that I always teach, which I can't remember, like, but 4 of them right now. Right. But I'm like, these are the things that are really important. Like, just to do the drill is a drill. It's not really an exercise. So don't call it an exercise if you're not measuring it. That's just a drill. But But anyway, I'm like, I want to do a show on this, but then I need to edit it together and put overlays in and then do it as a premiere. But then it's out there, like people would have it, and I think it'd be a really good professional thing to do. So that'd be 1 hour or less. And then I do a really short, I probably do the Safety Doc podcast, but I do like a really short blog post for it. And just, I think it's really good though. Like it'd be a good professional thing to do. And it might save me some time in my fall classes, because I could just like refer people to the video. One of my videos is like that I use in my spring classes is really old. Like I recorded down here like 6 years ago, and like the whole backdrop is different, and I'm much younger, and it's not I can do much better than that. So, and the audio really is bad because I'm probably recording off the mic on the camera. So I need to redo that one for spring. But yeah, I think I'm going to do that. And it is one of those, it's a bike. Oh, very cool. I need, if you don't practice using your video editing software, at least I lose those skills, because I'll be like, whoa, like, the fades and the fade out, and how to do the audio and the leveling. Like, it just takes time. And you lose this, like, how do I do this? And like Camtasia is a program I use. So I want to, sit down and do like a premiere. So yeah, anyway, I think it'd be really good. And I want to have the legal man back on too. Like that's a highly watched show, Citizen's Arrest. And I think I'm going to theme it out as like, why you need to buy a dash cam, advice from attorney, the legal man, or like, not advice. I can't put advice, but, here's what an attorney has to say, or something like that. So people will be like, holy smokes. So I'm trying, because like, boom, Legal Man was a big hit. And that guy's a massive following too. So like anything kind of associated to him like pays dividends. And he was the one that contacted me like right after the show, and a couple times like, I'm willing to come back. So I'm like, boom. Dun, dun, dun. Need to do a stream showing these old safety videos from the 80s. No kidding, right? Yeah, that'd be pretty wild. Wow. That would be funny. So yeah, and you guys sometime too, like if you ever want to have the doc on as a guest, I'm pretty versatile in topics. I go beyond just school safety. But I'm glad to, if there's things like, it'd be interesting to bring Doc on to talk about whatever, or, things. That'd be fun. I used to get invited to a lot of shows, and I don't anymore. So I don't know what's up with that. Not the cool kid in town anymore. I used to be interviewed all the time by the news, like New York Post and blah, blah, blah. And then that kind of died off too. And I'm like, but, like the content, like the stuff I put out there, like, is like the journal article for this month, November, the Phi Delta Kappa, and the lead feature story I wrote. That's great. But the media really works on a small circle of what they consider to be their go-to people. So it's just an observation. I'm not like, but for a while there, I was the person. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah. Yeah. All right. So this is my light that's been doing duty here. I've got two of these. I've just had this one on tonight. This is it's called a new NEEWER. This thing has been great. Bought this off Amazon. It's adjustable and I have a couple Manfrotto tripods. These are great, by the way. Really well made, and you can adjust super easy. But I've had that thing going over here to throw some light, just to make it easier so the camera doesn't focus on things in the back. The camera's been really, really good. This Logitech Brio has been awesome, but you always make it easier on your camera when you when you throw more light on yourself, because then it doesn't, the camera has an easier time tracking. Honestly, Doc, you've probably it's been good not getting interviewed. Yeah, some of that has been good. So I don't really, I don't know, it doesn't bother. I mean, it doesn't bother me. It's just there's times I'll see like, oh, they interviewed like whoever about like, Texas school safety audits. I'm like, who's that? Like if I were to interview somebody, I would interview Ken Trump or Mike Dorn. I wouldn't interview this person. Or like, by the way, like I've done a lot of this stuff. Like why aren't you interviewing, I can tell you why schools aren't reporting out their audit results, because 2004, No Child Left Behind, perpetually dangerous schools clause, and 2014, the Obama administration, letter to schools to decrease expulsions and suspensions. I'm like, those are your two reasons right there. But they're both policy related. But anyway, so yeah, I get a haircut tomorrow, really short, which would be good. And then I got a couple of meetings this week, and then I said I'm doing consulting has started, although now we're kind of in this process of figuring out kind of what I'm doing exactly. So we did some of that today. I signed all the signed the contracts this morning, so that will start eating up some time and things. But it's good. As I said, I'm really feeling the economy is uncertain, the supply chain is uncertain, and this is a step to just bolster things right now. So I could replace goat with an upside down. Yeah, like absolutely could. Something needs to go there, but again, it has to fit the theme. The goat does kind of fit the theme. I don't know, something. It almost, music, it almost has to be safety related. But, like an orange cone wouldn't be bad, but you'd have to have like an old orange cone, and not like a real big one, but maybe like a 1.5 feet tall, like highway cone that has some black marks on it and has some scuffs on it. Like that would fit right there. It sitting there. My neighbor who works for the highway department, I bet if I talked to him and said, dude, like I need this and nothing but it can't be like too beat up. It has to be, I bet you he could deliver that in a couple days. I think that would be it. That would be that would have enough eye catching and dimension where I could kind of move it forward there. And it would fit the whole theme of, I like that. I think that might make sense, but it can't be new. It can't be like something brand new. And there's like a plastic cone that would look cheesy. It's gotta be like one of those rubber cones that's been out on the road, has been hit a few times and thrown in a ditch, and then they pull it back up and put it down. But not like super beat up, because everything else in the back is pretty together. So the entire shift was crying, laughing at the corporate high-low training videos. Deposit your load times 100. Got even the most straight-laced person. Oh my goodness. Wow. There's all those Periscope films too, like from the 40s and 50s that you can watch. Safety doc bust. No, Kentucky Batman bust back there, but something has to go where that goat is. Goat's not, I mean, something has to go there. I've got to get it figured out. That's my goal in the next, and there's like a lot of these antique stores and stuff like that. Maybe I'll go through and something will just hit me that has to be on the safety theme though. So I don't know. I got to think it out. I think at one time, like I'll just find something and it'll just click. A no trespassing sign with bullet impacts coming from the back of the sign. Yeah. I mean, that's actually not a bad idea. So Coolio. Well, everybody, I want to thank you for being here, and also for early when I Mike had Mike Dahle on the show. That's an awesome one. And yeah, I feel really good about like the string of shows we've had going since the Safety Doc podcast kind of got relit after my book came out in April. I've really enjoyed these shows. So it's been good. I've enjoyed the new technology here. It's been great. Like, it's a great headset and all the stuff. So it's been going really good. Off topic. Ever hear of West River Cafe in Cusca or Wolfpack Cafe in Saint Germain? Apparently those are really good diners. I know where both those places are. I haven't heard of those places though, up to eat, but I know where these cities are. Yeah, it's actually Nakusa without a K. It's a paper mill town. It's about 90 minutes from me, so very close to where my dad grew up. Saint Germain's further away, further up north, but yeah, had fun tonight. Good. Yeah, it's a good thing. I had a good time too. I was really glad. I was looking forward to the show and then, the after show, and thanks for you guys for being there. Cause right. You don't want to have a guest and you're like, oh, I got like 2 people watching. Right. So we had some great comments that came forward and questions and thoughts. And so it was a good one. And then, I'm going to have Traveling Fools on. That'll be a blast. They're going to talk because they travel the world, right? But they're going to talk about the crazy stuff, getting interrogated, traveling, and they're a really fun couple. So I got to get hold of them. Our friend Zippy will be on December 5th, and then I almost have 200 shows. I'm at 195 as of today, which is pretty phenomenal because I was going back when I lost all those shows and I had to go and re-download them, which takes forever to because you download them off of YouTube, so they're like 700 megabytes, and even though my speed's fast, YouTube doesn't facilitate fast downloads of their video. But I was like, whoa, like I actually learned a lot because I'm like, here, I watched a show that maybe only got 30 views, and it was show 35 or something. And I'm like, whoa, like I had a show about memory. I did where I was going through some studies where you only remember after an hour, like 17% of what you experienced. I don't know, is in the show, but it was one of my first 3, 4, 5 shows. And I shared it with Graham Wilson, who has been doing some shows on that. He's the super pilot-ish, who's been doing some really awesome shows. And I said, here's something I found. So look at this. Corey Slater's back. Yeah, I've got to shut this machine down. I've got a haircut tomorrow and I got to do a little shopping. And so then, not too much going on here the next couple of days. We're going to have a warm Thanksgiving, which is good because, as far as travel, there's really not much for snow, and it's be like 42 or 45. So it's like, well, that's good. You don't have to worry about ice or, sleet or snow. It's always my big thing now as I get older with travel. So yeah, there's no safe answers. So I look at this and I'm pretty satisfied with like hitting 200 episodes. We'll keep going, but I'm like, that's a big milestone. There's more episodes if we take these aren't Safety Doc, but the actual audio, video, blog posts. That being 200 shows is pretty remarkable because I think most podcasts never make it to 10 shows. And only 10% of podcasts on YouTube ever get monetized. So, and then if I took all of the blog posts I wrote for the stuff, it'd be 500-page book, every blog post for the podcast. So like, that's a lot of content. That's really impressive. So I'm just glad I stuck with it. Because if it has been really good. So anyway, yep. Thanks, Kupla, gonna sign in the back. It's amazing. So I'm working on a thank you. There's much gratitude down here. You obviously know that I like to work on something unique, so got it in the mix. All right. Well, let me do our smoke time, Jim. All right. Let me do our exit here. So, all right, everybody, have a good one. I probably won't see you before Thanksgiving, so here's a turkey. Gobble, 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 gobble. Remember the hand turkeys? Gobble, 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 gobble. Gobble, 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 gobble.
How were the beans and chili that you had for breakfast?
They were delicious. Thank you for asking. But now I am very gassy.
I'm sorry to hear that. Who let the frogs out? Pew, that stinks very bad. I have to open the window. Oh no. My cap flew off and it was sucked into the engine.
Holy smokes, the engine just cut out. We should use the Decide model to help us make the right decision.
Mayday. Mayday. I am declaring a beans and chili emergency. Please advise for landing.
Flight 019er, 2 miles northeast. Turn left at 90. Maintain 4,800 to establish an approach. Engine 5, dispatch. Pockets of fire all around.
Describe the odor. Is it like when something electrical is burning? And so on. Ridiculous, right? We don't shift the investigation to the reporter, but that's covertly what the school district thought needed to happen to prevent their investigation scrambling principals from burning out. And as this paragraph smolders, it would be prudent to consider bringing students with disabilities from the sidelines of safety and center them to active roles of detecting and reporting threats. So we had a rather difficult meeting. Upon due diligence of examining the reporting system, I informed the district representative that I could not justify modifications to the existing model, as such changes would make the system less accessible to students. Well, that was a short chit-chat. The district folks believed, or hoped, that the threat input system could be modified and maintained with fidelity. I wasn't in alignment with that hypothesis, and so I was thanked and given notice that our partnership would be over at month's end. Business is business, but in school safety, it's never as simple as that.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David P. Perodin teaches you how to prevent mental burnout by observing indicators and building a robust member check network. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, the velocity of information will empower its readers. Drawing on current events, history, interviews, and scholarship, the velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change in this fast-spinning world. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. There are teachable moments on every page. Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer.
Hi, everybody. This is the Safety Doc with a face validity check-in here on March 31st, 2020. Bellevue, Washington has started a tool to report stay-home violations. This is from the government website in Bellevue, Washington. So we're going to scroll down here to My Bellevue portal and then to report gatherings. They've made it convenient. There's a map on the right. You can drag a location over here into address, write a description, and then also include photos. This is a practice we've seen in some areas of the country, but it's going to be more prevalent. Look for it in your area, probably in the next week or two.
Holy shit, a ghost.
Ooh.
Do you mind moving out of the way? You're blocking the TV.
Oh, shit. Sorry, man.
It's okay. Thank you.